Why you should learn Python. Hi, my name is Ahmed Khalaf. I'm a software engineer with more than 12 years of experience and I'll be an instructor throughout this course. As a matter of fact, Python is the very powerful programming language and it's easy to learn even if you are absolute beginner. According to the recent survey from Stack Overflow, Python is the fastest growing programming language on earth. The average salary for the Python developers in the US is $120,000 per year. So, what we can do with Python? Actually, Python is used for so many different industries like web development, data science, machine learning, AI, game development, automation, and much more. In general, using Python, you can build anything you can think of. So, if you are ready to code with me, subscribe our channel and let's move on to the next lecture. Hi and welcome. Before we start learn about Python and write code, we need first to get our environment ready for this. And for this we need actually two things. First, we need the code editor that will allow us to write the Python code, and there is many options here such as Sublime, PyCharm or Atom, but for me I prefer Visual Studio Code. You can go to the official website code.visualstudio.com, download the installer file depending on your operating system, Mac OS or Windows or Linux, and then you can simply install Visual Studio Code locally on your machine, which is very simple. But there is one thing here that we want after the installer is finished to open up the Visual Studio Code, and you will see an welcome page. You can close it and then hit on that icon here, which is extension icon, and then write Python, and you need actually to download this. And as you can see here, I already downloaded, but for you will find a button like this. You can simply hit on install and it will install for you. Very well. Next, we need actually to download Python locally on our machine. You can go through python.org and then go through downloaders. Depending on your operating system, you can download the installer file. As you can see here, I have this download Python 3.10.3. I highly recommend you to download the latest version. And once the download is finished, you can go through the installer, double click on it, and as you can see here, I have this this window here because I already have Python locally in my machine. But I want to show you one important thing. Hit on install. In your case, you need only to check on that box here, add Python to environment variables, which is very important for you. Otherwise, you will need to do it by yourself. Very well. I will end up this here, and to be sure that you have Python already running on your machine, you need, if you are using Mac or Linux, you can open up the terminal. If you use in Windows, you can go through Start and search for CMD, and then open up CMD or command prompt, and finally you can hit this command python dash version, hit enter. As you can see, give me Python 3.10.3. and if you have anything else, this is mean that you need to add the Python to your environment variable by yourself, which is very easy. You can search for it, but you can skip all this and select add Python to the environment variable. Very well. Now we are ready to write our first program. Let's do it on the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start write our first program. Very well. Let's just start by create a new folder. Let's just call it, for example, Py, and then let's just open up our VS Code and as you can see we got this get start page. We can close it and go and hit on this file here. This will give us a drop down menu. From this menu we can select open folder, go to desktop, select our folder, and as you can see this will open up inside our VS Code. Very well. Now we need to create a new file. Let's just call our file test.py, and this is the extension that we want to add it to write a Python code. So this is what we have. We have a file. As you can see, we got this icon here from our VS Code. This is mean that we got a Python file. Very well. And actually our program is very simple. It will print a message. For this we can just say print and add this parentheses, and here we can add double quotes. Inside our double quotes we can simply write our message. For example, I love Python. As simple as that. Now we need to save our file. We can save it from here, or we can check on this. This will auto save any change. This will automatically save our files. Very well. And now to run our program we got many ways. Actually Python running on a console. This is mean that we need to run it using a terminal or a get bash window or from the CMD. For example, we can go through our py file if you are using Windows, and you can just say CMD and hit enter. This will open up the command prompt directly. As you can see, C user HP desktop inside our folder. So now we can write the command, which will be the name of the file, or first we need to hit py and then the name of the file with the extension. For example, test.py, and then let's just hit enter. As you can see, this is what we have. We have I love Python, and as a matter of fact, anything that our program do it will actually appear here. This is mean that if we have any issue, it also will appear here. Also, we can use it, do it by using Visual Studio Code. You can come here, hit on new terminal. We can close this up. We want to focus on terminal. As you can see, this is the terminal that our Visual Studio Code provide to us. It open up directly inside our folder, so we can directly say py the space and then the name of our file, which is test.py, and now we can simply hit enter. As you can see, the console return to us I love Python. If we got anything any error, it will also, as you can as I told you, appear here. So if we, for example, came here, save, and let's just do this one more time. As you can see, the error appear here inside the console. Very well. Also, we got another way to run our code. We just remove this, save again. By click on the bottom here, it will directly run our file for us. As you can see, we got here I love Python. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. Let's move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On the last lecture, we did already use something that called print, which we will learn about it on this lecture. Which actually a method allow us to print any data or any data type that we want. Method or a function, you can call it like this. It's a combination of code do something. As simple as that. Of course, we will learn more about it later, but for now, we need to know how can we use this print. Actually, print method, it's a very simple method. We write it like this, and here we pass to it any data that we want. For example, if we want to print a string, just like hi, we add this double quotes, or we can add single quotes. Also, we will learn about it later on string lecture. If we want to pass or print a numbers, we pass it without this double quotes. Also, we have many data types actually, but for now, let's just say that we want to pass a data type it called boolean, which is a simple data type different than the string or the number. It actually called boolean, and the boolean data type actually it's a data type have two faces. You can call it also like this, even false or true. Of course, you'll learn more about it later, but for now, let's just do it. We actually pass it without this double quotes. Very well. Now, let's simply hit save, run the program, and as you can see here, this is what we have. We have hi, and then this numbers, and also we got this false. Note something very important, that you cannot here define the different or understand or see the difference between them. For example, let me come here and pass numbers here inside the string, run this one more time. As you can see, you will not know that the first one is a string and the second is number. Of course, we will learn later how can we know the type of our variable or our data in general. Very well, but this is all what we want to learn about print method. So we can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start talk about the Python syntax. And in general, any programming language has a unique syntax. For example, when we call 2 plus 2 equal 1, this is an incorrect or a math error. We have the same actually with the programming language, but this is actually the math syntax. And the first code that we have, or the first syntax rule that we have, it actually called the order line. What that mean? For example, let's just say print. We want to print something, anything such as hi, and at the same line we write anything else, such as we can add another print, for example hi mock. Actually, this is syntax or syntax error, yeah. If we now hit on save and then we try to run our program, as you can see, we got invalid syntax. So now we got two ways to fix this error. First, to run each one of them on a separate line without spaces, as you can see. If we hit save now, run our program, it will run correctly. The second way to fix this, it actually by coming here and add semicolon like this, or if we have any other print or methods or any code in general, when we add this semicolon, this syntax error will disappear. If we hit save now and then run our program, as you can see, we got hi and then we got mock. Very well. The second syntax actually inside our Python, that the Python itself, it's a case sensitive language, and case sensitive mean that it actually understand very well the character, by meaning that if we hit print, note that with capital P, this actually point to something else. This actually does not point to our print method. So if we come here and pass anything such as hi, and now try to run our program, as you can see, this is what we will have. We have name print is not defined. Why is that happened? Actually, that's because that we now print to a variable that we didn't even create it yet. So this is the idea here. And now if we change this to print and hit save, run our code one more time, as you can see it work fine. So this is also work, or we got the same syntax with the data type. For example, if we try to pass true but with capital T, or false, which is the data type boolean that we already talked about it, and as you can see we got the same error here. We got name true is not defined. Also now we point to something else, and this is the second code that we have. Of course, if we change this to capital T, it will work just fine. We just try it. As you can see, now we got true. And the last syntax that we have in Python, that actually Python is an synchronized language, you can call it like this, or it actually does not run in parallel, by meaning that the compiler run it line by line. For example, we can just say print 1, add another print 2, add another 1, print 3, finally add a 1 with 4. If we hit save and run our program, as you can see we will have 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then 4, and this is actually back to anything. So this means that if we add any data type here, it will run first on the line 1, and then we will have this one here, and then this one, and then this one. This is mean that if we cut this from here and start from 4, this will not run from 1 to 4. It will run from 4 and then to 1 and then to 2, and finally we will run this number 3 here. And this is the idea behind this, that is Python run from top to the bottom. Let's just run it one more time. As you can see, this is what we will have here. Very well. And this is the old syntax that you need to be aware of it when we write a Python code. So that's all I want to learn. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn about variables, which is a very basic main idea inside any programming language. So why is that? Very well, imagine that you develop a game, for example, and that game requires user to add their names. So variables allow you to take that name and put it on a specific place, and you can call that name later and use it while you develop your game. Alright, as a matter of fact, unlike the other programming language using Python, we didn't need to pass any keyword to define a variable. Let me show you what I mean. For example, in JavaScript, we start by say, for example, var, and then we pass the name of the variable. Let's just say mock, for example, and after that we add equal sign, and after that we pass the value that we want to put it inside our variable. But actually Python doesn't use this. Using Python we can start directly by hit that name of the variable and then equal, and here we can pass any kind of data type as a value to this variable. For example, we can just say this equal this string. We can of course pass numbers, boolean, or any kind of data type that we will learn about it later. Alright, let's just say I love mock. Very well, now we can actually use that variable. Let's just see an example. We can just say print, and now when we pass this variable name here, this print will print us this value that inside this variable. Let's just say mock, hit save, run that. As you can see, this is what we have. We have I love mock. Very well, and the idea here that we can also change or reassign that variable. Remember that I told you before that Python start, or the compiler start run our code from top to the bottom. So this is mean that if we came here and say this mock equal. This time we can assign it to the same data type. For example, we can reassign the variable to the same data type. For example, add here any string, or we can reassign it to, for example, a number, so to a different data type. So now if we say print, we want to print that mock. If we hit save and run this one more time, as you can see, first print actually give us I love mock, and the second actually give us this 1 2 3. This is mean that if we take this, the first print method out and run this actually will give us 1 2 3. And this is the idea behind this variable, that we can change it later or use it as well. Actually we got many rules to define the variables, which is called variable ruling name, that actually we cannot use a keyword built inside the language itself to define the variable. For example, we cannot use for, we cannot use in, we cannot use, for example, the values also, such as false or true. We cannot use this. Also, we cannot start the variable name with a number. For example, we cannot start this with 1. If we hit save and hit to run, as you can see, we got syntax error, invalid decimal letter. So we cannot do this, but actually we can pass a number at the end or here inside that variable. If we run this, we will not have any error. Run this one more time. Yes, as you can see, we got 1 2 3. Very well. Also, we cannot add these different symbols, such as this percent or this hash, or this different symbols here. All of this is not allowed to name your variable with. Very well. Let's just now take the last example. For example, let's just say lang. This, let's just say PHP. And then let's just say that we want to print this new plus lang. We will learn how can we concatenate this later on the concatenation lecture. Anyway, for now, let's just say that lang variable, we want to reassign it to, for example, Python. Alright, here let's just say print the updated, and let's now pass this lang one more time. If we hit save and run this, as you can see, we got new PHP, and then we got update Python. Of course, we can make a space here, also space here. Run it one more time. As you can see, this is all I have. We'll learn more about the concatenation later, as I told you. For now, let's move on to the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about Python comments, which is also a very basic idea inside any programming language, and the idea that anything we write after hashtag, the compiler will ignore it. If we want to convert any code to comments, we can use control +/ after we selected code itself. Let's just take an example about this. For example, let's just say that we got this print, we got anything here. If we select this and then hit control /, this will convert to an comment. We can also do it by ourselves by coming here and add this hash before this print method. Very well. And actually we need comments to describe our code functionality, to make our code easy to understand by other developers, or maybe by ourselves. If we develop something and we want to update it, we need to add comments. Also, we can write any comment on the left of any line of code. such as this example here. As you can see, we got this print hello, and after that we got this comment. If we now hit save and try to run our application, as you can see, we got this hello without any problem. Very well, and this is the idea behind this Python comments. So let's move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn about the concatenation strings. What I mean by concatenation strings, it's actually very simple. We can just come here and say print, and we can just concatenate between these two strings. We can just say mock and then add plus, and for example we can add this empty string and add another one, and here we can just say academy. Alright, let's just hit save, run that. As you can see, we got mock academy. We can also come here and make space, hit save, run it one more time. This time we got mock space academy. Also we can do this operation using our variables. We can just say name1 equal mock, name2 equal academy, and then we came here and say print. We want to print what? This mock, or actually this name1, and then add plus, and then name2. So when we add plus, the Python will understand that we want to concatenate these two strings with each other on one line. For example, if we hit save and run this, you can see this is what we have. Also we can come here and add plus and add this double quotes and make space, for example, and hit save, run this. As you can see, now we got mock space academy. Also we can concatenate between them on a separate variable. We can just say is equal name1 plus name2. We can also add this space here. Anyway, let's just now came here inside our print, and instead of saying name1 plus name2, we can directly pass this s variable. If we now hit save, as you can see, we'll have mock academy. Very well. And now before we move on, we need to understand one important thing, that we cannot concatenate a string with number. If you remember when I told you inside the print, if we try to print a number like this and came here and print it by the correct way, note that here it actually is a string, it's not a number, but here it's a number. Alright, when we pass the number directly without this double quotes, this means that is a number type, not a string. And when we run this, we will not know the difference between them, which is the idea that we will learn about it on the next lecture. But the idea that we cannot concatenate between the string and number. So if we come here and say plus, and instead of pass a string, passing any number, and hit save, when we try to run this, this will give us type error. Can only concatenate, or we cannot concatenate between the string and the integer, which is represent the integer number here. Very well, let's move on to the next lecture to see how can we know the type of our variable, for example. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn how can we get the variable data type or the value data type to avoid any issue that might happen, just like we faced on the last lecture. Very well, as a matter of fact, we can do this using a function or a method that call type. Let's just define the variable. Let's just call it s. Let's just give it a string data type with any value. We can just come here and say print, and inside that print now we call our method that called type. We add this parentheses, and inside of this we pass to it the value or the variable that we want to get the type of it. For example, s. If we hit now run, as you can see, we got this class str, which is represent string. So what we pass actually now a number here inside our string. Remember that now it's still string, since that we pass it between these double quotes. If we hit run, as you can see, we got str. So what if we change this with a real number without this double quotes? Now, as you can see, we will have int here represent that this an integer number. So what the other numbers, actually we got something that called float number. When we add this decimal number, it actually called float inside the programming language. As you can see, we add dot and then we add another number. Now if we run this, as you can see, we will have float. Also we got boolean that we already learned about before. We can just say, if we come here and say false, hit save, run, as you can see, we got pool, which is represent boolean. Also true give us the same result. Run this, as you can see, we still have this pool. Of course we got another data types. You will learn more about it later, but the idea that you now understand how can you get this data type directly. You can also directly pass the data type here instead of use variable, but we actually widely use it for understand or get the variable data type. As you can see, this gives us str. Very well. Let's now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about string data type. Very well. First of all, to define the string, we can write it between single quotes or double quotes or triple quotes. Let's just test this. Let's just define the variable and let's just give it a value of string inside single quote. For example, you can just say mock. Let's just reassign that variable. And just this time use double quotes. We can just say new. Let's just reassign it one more time. This time between triple quotes, we can just say last one. Very well. Let's just run this. After we print it, we can just say print test, hit save, run the program. As you can see, we got this last one. If we take that out and run our program one more time, we will have new. If we take that out, run our program, we will have this mock. Very well. This is the first thing we need to learn about the strings, that we can use single quotes or double quotes or triple quotes. Very well. Now what if we actually want to pass double quotes inside double quotes index string? For example, if we came here, or actually what if we do the opposite? I will show you what I mean on a second. What if we came here, let's just say test equal, as you can see here, we got double quotes. We can just write anything. We can just say mock academy. What now if we want to pass that double quotes inside that string itself? Pass here anything, and let's just try to print this. If you know this, Visual Studio actually give us a red line, meaning that we have an syntax error. But anyway, let's just try to print it to see the error. Hit print. As you can see, we got invalid syntax error. Very well. So to fix that error, we can use something that called regular expression by coming here and add backslash, and here add backslash by this way. Now if we hit save and run our program one more time, as you can see, everything works fine. We got this mock academy, and we got this double quotes and the string inside of it. So we can do the same with the single quotes. We can just say equal mock, and if we want to add single quote, inside that single quote we can just say academy. We need also to come here and add backslash here and here by this way. This is the correct syntax. If we hit save, as you can see, look like that everything works fine. We got mock and the academy between single quote. Of course we can use double quote inside the single quotes. I will show you what I mean. If we take that out and came here and remove this one and add single quotes, in that case we didn't need to add this regular expression, meaning we can just say Python. If we now try to run our code, it will work fine. Also we can come here, let's just take that out, and if we came here inside the single quote, we can actually directly pass the double quotes. For example, we can just say academy. Now if we hit save, run our program, as you can see everything works fine. We didn't need to use regular expression on that case. Something else that we cannot come here and, for example, pass this or move it to the next line. If we hit save now and try to run this, we will have syntax error. So to fix this, we can directly come here and pass backslash. If we run this, as you can see, we'll have mock academy. So what if we want to move the rest of the string to the next line? We can just add after backslash n. Now we will have two lines. First we will have mock, and the second line we will have this academy. Let's just try this. As you can see, this is what we have: mock, then we got academy space, after that we got academy. Very well. And we can directly use triple quotes, which will allow us to write the string as we want. If we remove all this and add the triple quotes, we can just come here and write whatever I want. For example, I love Python, and go to the next line and write whatever I want. For example, learn with mock. Now if we hit save, run our program, as you can see, this is what we have. Now we want to talk about something that called slice, meaning that how can we get a specific part from our string. Actually, it's something very simple. We can use something that called range for this. As you can see here, we got a variable called name, and that variable we have inside of it this symbol string. Very well. To use this, we can actually print specific character by pass character index, and remember inside, of course, square brackets, and remember that we start the count from 0, or we can get it from the end to the start by using the negative index. I will show you what I mean in a second. We can just say print that name. After that we pass this square brackets. For example, we want the index 0. Now if we hit save, what do you expect to have on the console? As a matter of fact, we will have this M, because this on the index 0, and the C on index 1, this on index 2, etc. Let's just test this. As you can see, this is what we have. We have M on the console. Very well. We can, what if we want to get this K? We can just start count from 0, 1, 2, 3. So if we pass here 3, on that case we will have this K character. Let's just test this. As you can see, we got K. So what if we want this Y? Let's just count this. We will see 0, 1, 2, 3, and this space is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's just test this. We can just say -1. This will give us this Y. If we pass this, we will have this Y. Note that there is no something that called -0 or -0. So we start from -1. This is mean that -11 will give us this mock. If we try this, as you can see, this M. Now we want to know how can we get a specific part, for example this part here or this part here or any part that we can select it. For this we use something that called range. Let me give me a simple example for this. We can just say name square brackets, and here we add column, and the column here allow us to give the start index and the end index that we want to slice. For example, if we want to slice this one, we need to add 0, or if in case that we want to start from the beginning, we can let this without any number. So this will give us the character string from the beginning. So what if we want to get this only this mock? So we want to say 0, 1, 2, 3. If we pass 3, this actually will not give us what we want. Let's just test it anyway, and let's pass here 0, or as I told you, we can leave it as well. Let's just try to run this. As you can see, we got MCO. Why is that? Because actually this way prevent us to get to pass the character that we want to end on it, or the index of character that we want to end on it +1. So we want to pass here 4. This will give us mock. As you can see, mock. Very well. Also, there is something very important. We can start from a specific place to the rest without passing the index. I will show you what I mean. We can start from this 4 or from this 5. Note that we got this space to the rest. If we leave it as well, this will give us the academy or anything else here that we may write it. If we run that one more time, as you can see, this is what we have. This start from academy or this character with index 5 to the rest. Very well. Now let's just talk about the string methods, the methods that allow us to or help us when we deal with the string data type. Very well. As you can see here, I have this name variable. Inside of it, I have this M or mock academy channel with small character. Here also the A small character, and the C here small character too. For this, let's just test our first method. Let's just say print, for example, lname dot upper. If we hit save, try to run our program, as you can see, this convert our name from the lowercase to uppercase character. This is what we have here, mock academy channel with uppercase character. So now, as you can see here, we have this mock academy with upper character. We can actually convert it to lower using this lower method. So let's just say uname dot lower. If we hit save, run this, as you can see, this convert our string to the lower character. Very well. What else we have? We can actually ask if we have a lower character or an upper character. We can get this information using this is lower or this is upper methods. We can just come here and say lname dot is lower, and this actually give us even true or false. If we run this, we got true, of course, because this lname is lower character. So what if we ask it is upper, and hit save, run it one more time, this will give us false, and the same result we will have when we pass this uname. Very well. Also, we got two methods, one that called title, and the second it called capitalize. And this actually allows us to convert only the first character from each one of these that's separated by space. We can just come here and say, for example, print, for example, just say name dot title. If we hit save to run this, as you can see, we got this mock academy channel. Each one of them start with M, with an upper character. But if we use actually capitalize, in that case we will have the first one only that start with capital letter. Very well. And now let's just talk about another method that called split. Let's just add a new string inside the variable. Let's just call it lang. And split actually allows us to convert that string to list. We can just come here and say the print. We want to print that lang. We can of course come in here and put it on a specific variable equal lang and then pass that method, or we can directly print it. Now we want to say split. For now, let's just leave it as well without giving any data. And actually, you can say that here we have double quotes. Inside this double quotes, we have space. If we hit save and try to run this, as you can see, this is what we'll have. We'll have this JS separated, and then Golang, Ruby, Python, C#. And if we leave it as well, this will give us the same result, as you can see here. What does that mean exactly? This is mean that if we have something here, for example, just like another or number or any character or any symbols that separated that string, we can let our split know that we want to separate it by this. In that case, if we hit save and try to run this, as you can see, this will put all that in one list. But if we came here and try to pass this underscore and try to run this one more time, as you can see, this will separate one more time. Very well. Note that we can specify the number of the element that we want to separate it. For example, as you can see, we have here 1, 2, 3. What if we want only to separate these first three methods, first three elements, and leave the rest as well? We can come here and pass the numbers, for example 3. If we hit save to run this, as you can see, we got this JS separated, Golang separated, Ruby separated, and the rest on one element. Put it on the one element. Also, we can start from the right to the left, yeah, by add or here, which is mean that we got another method that called or split or right split. This will do the same mission, but from the right to the left. If we run this one more time, as you can see, we got this JS, Golang, Ruby, and then we got these 3 methods. Of course, we can pass here any number that not out of the range, of course. Cannot, for example, pass 6 or something like this, but we can pass 4 or 1 or 2. As you can see, this is what we'll have: JS, Golang, and the else is separated. Alright, now we got another method that allow us to get the element or the character index. Let's just define a new variable, and let's just say print. We want to print this new ln, but now we need to use this index, and here we pass the character or the complete text, and this will give us the start index of it. For example, if we say Golang, note that we start here from 0, 1, 2, so this should return to us 3. Because our text start from index 3. If we run this, as you can see, we have index 3. Also, we can pass a, and this will give us the first A. Note that we got many one. As you can see, it actually in index 6. Note that we got A here and A here, but this actually gives us the first one overall. Also, we can get the total length of that string using len method. If we come here and say print len, pass to it this new ln, note that we pass to it inside of it that string. As you can see, you got 28 or 29. Very well. Note that we can directly pass the string that we want, for example A, B, C, D. If we hit save, run this one more time, as you can see, we got 4. Alright, and finally here we have the last method that we want to learn about, that called replace, which is allow us to replace any character or text that we select with another. Let's just test this. We can just say print new ln dot replace, and this take more than one parameter. First is the old and then the new string, and the last is actually the count. We will see what this means on a second. For example, we can just come here, JS, let's just pass another JS. Here we got Python, let's just add another Python. Alright, and let's just try to change this for example JS. Alright, so the old is JS, and the new we can convert it with C, for example. Alright, if we hit save now and try to run this, as you can see, we got C, Golang, Ruby, C, Python. Note that we didn't select the number, so we will the replace method will convert all. So if we come here and pass the number, for example 1, and hit save, try to do it one more time, as you can see now we got the C, but this replace keep it as well. If we come here and add another JS, hit save and try to only replace the first two and run this one more time, as you can see we got this C, Golang, we got this C one more time, and we have this JS. This means that if we come here and remove all this numbers, of course, and run it one more time, this will convert all that JS. Also, we can convert only the J, the character itself. If we try to run this, as you can see, we convert all that J that we have. Instead of Java, we got Sava. Alright, this is the idea behind this replace. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start talk about numbers. And first of all, there are 3 numeric types in Python: integer, float, and complex number. As you can see, this is the integer type, the float, and the complex. But actually, we didn't use these complex types as a developers too much. Some engineering use it for specific tasks, so we will not care about it for now. Alright, first of all, let's just say how can we write the numbers. Unlike we do the strings, we didn't pass the numbers with anything, for example the square brackets or double quotes or anything like that. We can directly pass the numbers. So the first, it's actually the integer number, for example 10. Second, the decimal number or the float number, which like anything after this dot, for example 3.4. The negative number, we can say -4. combining numbers, which a simple operation. You can just say 2 plus 3. We can also subtract two numbers. You can just say 5 minus 3, or multiply two numbers. We can just say 2 by 2 or 3. We can divide it two numbers, such as 4 slash or forward slash 2. This is mean that we want to divide 4 on 2, so we expect to have 2. Also have something that called modulus, which give us the remainder of the divided operation if we will have an decimal number at the result. For example, if we say 10 divided on 3, this should give us 1 as a remainder. So instead of say or pass this slash, we can just pass this percent sample, which actually will not give us the result, it will give us the remainder itself. So here we expect to have 1. Let's just save this, run this. As you can see, we have 1, and here we got 2 on the divided operation. When we multiply 3, we got 6. Here we got 2, here we got 5, here we got the minus 4, and here we got the decimal number, and finally we got the integer. Very well. This is how can we write the numbers, and this is first thing we need to learn. Also, we have to understand some important syntax. Let's just see what I mean exactly. As you can see, what if we try to say to multiply on 3 plus 2? What do you expect to have here? Actually, there is a popular mathematics rule that we should first complete the divided or the multiply operation first before we complete the line itself. So this is mean here that we say that we got 6 plus 2. So on that case, we will have actually 8. Let's just hit on save, try to run this. As you can see, we have 8. Alright, so what if we want actually to isolate these ones here on this one? We can just come here and say, or put it between two parentheses. In that case, everything will change. Why? Because now we will have this operation like this: 2 pi this number, or the returning operation from 2 plus 3. So we will have this 5. On that case, we will not have 8, we will have 10. If we run this, as you can see, we got 10. Why is that? Because as you can see, we put this 2 plus 3 inside this open and closing parentheses. Very well. Also, we need to know how can we convert a number to string, because as you already learned before, we cannot, for example, combine string with number. So this might be very useful. We can just say age, that age equal, for example, 26. I just try to print it directly with any string. For example, your age is, and say plus that age. If we now hit on run, as you can see, we'll have type error, can only concatenate str, etc. Alright, for this, instead of directly pass this age, we can just call a function that call str, which will simply convert the integer or the number in general to a string. So we can just say age, hit save, run this one more time. As you can see, everything's fine. We have your age is 26. Very well. This is how can we convert this. We got another function that call abs, which return the absolute number no matter what we pass to it. For example, num equal minus 3 or minus 4, anything. We just try to print it with abs number. We want to print this num. if we try this, as you can see, this will not return -4, it will return 4. Also, if we pass it without the minus or the negative, it will also pass 4, so it always return the absolute number. Overall, what else we have power function, which allow us to make power. For example, we can just say print power. We actually pass the number and the power of that number. For example, you can just say 2 and separate it on the second number with this comma and pass the second number. For example, we want to make it 3, which will return, of course, 8. As you can see, we got 8. Very well, this is the power number. We got two methods also that give us the max or the biggest number on a list or the smallest number on a list. We can just say print, just start with min and pass to any numbers, 2, 4, 3, 10, 6, anything. And what do you expect to have on the result? Actually, it will search for the minimum or the smallest number on the list, which is actually 2. So we just hit this. As you can see, we got 2. Alright, well, if we replace this min with max, in that case, we will have 10. As you can see, we have 10. So this is the idea behind this min and max numbers. Very well. Now we have another method that called round, which is a very simple method. Take a decimal number, return the integer. If this decimal above 5 will increment our integer number. If it less than 5, it will actually return the integer without the decimal part. Let's just test it. We can just say round, or let's just say print, for example, round, for example, 2.4. If we hit save, what do you expect to have? Since that is below actually the 2.5, so we will have only 2. Alright, even if we pass 2.5, we will have 2. On case that we pass 2.6 or 2.7 or anything above 5, this actually will increment our integer part and this will disappear. We just run it. As you can see, we got 3. Very well, this is the idea behind this round number. Now we got each character. What I mean with each character, you will understand what I mean on a second. Alright, let's just come here and define a new variable. Let's just call it num equal 3e4 or 5. What this actually mean? Note that we pass here a character, not any character, it's a character. This is mean actually that we want, instead of write a big number, we want the result to be 3 with 5 zeros. So 1, 2, 3, 5. Let's just test it. We just say print, pass this num, hit save, run it. As you can see, this is what we have: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very well. This is the idea behind this a character that allow us to pass the numbers. Let's just say 3a3. As you can see, now we got 3000, and this is the idea behind this a character. Very well. We have actually another method, but we need to import it first from math module. Let's just come here and say from math import and pass this asterisk, which actually this asterisk represent all. So we can just say asterisk meaning all. Right, we actually want this floor number and this cell number and this skirt number. For this we pass this all. We can import it separately, but this will give us all of this, and we will actually learn more about the module on the module section. Alright, now let's just come here and let's just start with floor, which is actually always return only the integer part, unlike we have with the round, which actually check first if the number or the decimal part is above 5, it actually increment, or it below 5, it decrement. Alright, let's just test this floor. We can just say print floor. We want floor what? For example, let's just say 3.8. If we hit save or run this, as you can see, we will have 3. Alright, what if we say 3.1? Run it, as you can see, 3. What if we say 3.5? Hit save, run it, as you can see, we will keep to return to us the integer part. So this is what this do. The cell method, it actually always return the integer part of our number plus 1. So you can just say that the opposite of the floor. If we say print floor, or this time we want to say cell, we want cell 3.5. If we hit save, run it, as you can see, we will have 4. So what if we say 3.1? We still have 4. What if we say 1.8 or 9? We still have 3.4. And here finally we got this square method, which is actually give us the square root of any number. So we can just say, which is, by the way, can be a decimal number or an integer number. So we can just say print skirt or sqrt of 8 or 9, of course. This of course will give us 3. So we can just say 16. As you can see, 4, 32. As you can see, this time give us a decimal number or a floor number. Let's say 36. In that case, we have 6. The last thing I want to show you on this lecture, it actually how can we create a random operation. How can we give our code a 2 number and let our code choose a random number between them. We can actually do with an built-in function that call random. Let's just say, how can we do this? We can just say import random, and here we can just came here and say print this random dot or rand range or random range, and here we can pass the numbers. We can just say 3 and 10. So now we will have the a random number each time we run our application. Of course, we can come here and say import from random and then pass all, but this is a different way of importing the module. Alright, let's just run this. As you can see, we got 5. Run it one more time, we got 8. Run it one more time, we got 3. One more time, 3, 5, 4. We can make this from 1 to 100 or any number that we want, and this is, you can call that is the scale that we can play with. As you can see, we got 55, we got 25, we got 74, etc. Very well, and that's all what we want to learn about numbers, data types, so we can move on to the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about import. We will start learn how can we get any information that we want from our user. Imagine that you have a game, you develop a game, and you want to some information from your user, just like the name or anything like that. For this, we have a built-in function that call import. Let's just run pass our function without anything like that. and let's just try to run our code. As you can see, nothing will happen until we pass any data or without even that data, and then we hit enter. The compiler will wait until we pass a data and then pass enter to execute the code. Very well. Also, we can pass any message here between this parentheses to tell our user what he have to do. For example, pass your name please. If we hit save, try to run, as you can see, now we got pass your name please. We can pass anything here, hit enter. As you can see, nothing will happen. Also, we can put this inside a variable and reuse it one more time. We can just come here and say, for example, name will equal, and also we can do it one more time or pass any number of input that we want. For example, age, we just say input and say your age. We just fix that too, hit save, and we can reuse it here. We can just say print your name plus, and here we can pass that name plus your age, and then a plus, and pass that age variable. Note that actually any data that we pass it to the input, it will actually convert by default to the string, so we can concatenate between that name and that age. Even if we pass a number, that function actually convert any data that we pass it to the string. If we hit save now and try to run this one more time, pass your name please. Let's just say pass your name please, Ahmed, hit enter. Your age, for example, 26, hit enter. As you can see, your name Ahmed, your age 26. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about lists. Lists is a kind of data type allow us to save many data values with any data type, including the list itself, in one place. Very well. To define the list, we use square brackets. As you can see on this example here, I start by name the list or the variable, and I call it data, and I start by pass some data inside that square brackets. I start by pass 1, and then this smoke between double quotes, meaning that we can pass string or number, and then we have false, true, which is Boolean data type, as you know. And finally here, I start by pass a list inside our list. Has 2 items, academy and 7. Very well. Let's just try to print this. Hit save. Let's just run this. As you can see, this is what we have. We have 1, mock, false, true, and academy and 7. Very well. Now, to get specific object from our list, we pass the index number of that object after the list name inside square brackets, which is very simple. As you can see here, this is the index position. For example, 1 inside index 0, and mock in index 1, false in index 2, true in index 3, and that list in index 4. Let's just try this. If we try to say data and then pass square brackets and then specify 0 as index, this will return to us 1, because 1 here inside index 0. Let's just hit save, try to run this, As you can see, this is what we have. We have one. Let's just clear that out. Run this one more time. As you can see, we have this this list, and here we have this one. Very well. Let's just try to get another index. For example, that 2. This of course will give us false. If we change it to 3, for example, this will give us true. Let's just run it anyway. As you can see, we got true. Very well. Also, if we want to get data from list within the list inside our list, we use double square brackets. And just see that example here. As you can see, I start by pass this print, and inside our print I start to call our data variable, and I start by specify that list index. Note that list index is actually here in index 4, and if I want to get that academy, I should pass 0 because it actually in index 0 inside our small list. And if we want to get that 7, we need to specify the index of it, which is 1. So this will give us academy. Let's just hit save, run. As you can see, we got this academy. Of course, if we specify 1 on the next square brackets, this will give us that 7. As you can see, this is what we have here. Very well. Also, we can start get data from the left to the right by using negative indexes. Let's just see this for now. Let's just take that out. Also, let's just take that out too, or let's just leave it as well. And came here and start bypass -4. What do you expect to have here? As a matter of fact, this will give us mock. Why? If we go back here, if we start to count from the minus, this is mean that here will start. Of course, we didn't have something that called -0, so we will start from -1, -2, -3, and -4 give us this mock. If we try to run this, as you can see, we got this mock. This is mean that if we say -1, this will give us that list here. If we hit save, note what will show here. Run this one more time. As you can see, we got our small list. Of course, we can do it by the same way to get the data inside that list, the small list that within our big list. If we want to get academy by this way, we start to specify the position of our list by say -1 or 4 directly. Actually they are give us the same position, and then we start to specify that academy. We have here that 7, which is in -1, and that academy in -2 by this way here. Now if we hit save, this will directly give us academy. Very well. This is how can we select the data from the left to the right. What else we have? Let's just take this out for now. Now we have slicing. Slicing by meaning the select parts from our list by using range. Range meaning that we give our slicing start and end point. As simple as that. Let's just try this one more time. We start by print that data, but we add this column. If we leave this as well, this is empty, the first one. This is mean that we want to start from the beginning, from index 0. And as you can see, we start from index 0 and say from index 2. If we go back here, let's just take this out for now. Note that we start from 0, 1 and 2, but this actually will not give us that false. Why? Because this 2 actually meaning the end of that range. So we start for this give us the end of that range -1. We just hit save, run this. As you can see, we got 1 and mock. Very well. Now what if we specify the start point and leave the end point? Actually, this will give us the rest of our list. On that example here, we just take that out for now. We start from 3, note that 0, 1, 2, 3, and we leave the end point to without any number. This will meaning that will give us the rest of our list. If we try to run this one more time, as you can see, we got this true and this academy and 7, the last item. If we, for example, start from 2, for example, this will give us from this false to the rest of our list. If we try to run this, as you can see, we got false, true, and the last item. Also, we have another option that called skipping or ignoring items. Let's just see what I mean. As you can see, we got that x variable. Inside that x variable, we put that list. We start by pass this item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we pass through 8 inside double quotes, meaning that 8 actually is a string, and then we have that false, and finally we got that 10. Very well. And if we start by add double column here, and we start by 0 or leave the start point, and we select the end point with 2, what do you expect to have here? Let's just hit save. Note that this actually doesn't change the list itself. It actually gives us a slicing or a copy of it with skipping items. If we run this, as you can see, we got 1 without that 2, we got 3 without and after that we didn't have this 4, we got 5 and we didn't have 6, and then we got true and we didn't have 8, we got false and we didn't have 10. So what did you note here? This is mean that this to actually note to the skipping number. This is mean that if we try to pass 1, this will not ignore any item. So this is the default of that. This is the default that came into us if we try to directly print that list. If we hit save and run this, as you can see, we got the complete list. Very well, you did understand the idea here. So what if we start, for example, from that 4? Let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4. This is mean that we will have that 5, and note that this actually ignore 2. This is mean that we'll ignore 1 item. So we will have that 5, and then we will ignore this 6, and then we will have this true, we will ignore that 8, and finally we will have this false. Let's just hit save and run this. As you can see, this is what I have: 5, true, false. So what if we start, for example, from 2? Let's just run this. As you can see, we got 3 because this 0, 1, 2. So we have this 3, and then we ignore 4, and then we have 5. So what if we want to ignore 3, not 2? Run this. We start from 3, and then we ignore 4 and 5, and then we have the 6, and then we ignore true and 8, and finally we have that false. So I think that it's actually very clear, skipping and ignoring items. Very well. What else we have? Note that yeah, we can use negative numbers. If we take that in, note that here, if we try to run this, we start from -4 as a start point, and the end point actually is -1. We have this mock, and we have this false, and then we have this true. Note that if we pass -5 as an end point and as a start point, and also we have the end point is 5, this will give us the complete list, because actually we do have 5 items here. This the first item, second, third, and etc. If we try to run this, as you can see, we got the complete item. Very well. What else we have? We can actually also change any item inside the list by selecting that data, and then pass, or that item, and then pass the new data. Let's just start by some symbol. We select the item on the index 0, and we want, which is actually have here a number. We can change it to a different data type instead of that new. For example, we can just change it with new list. For example, have 2 items, 1 and 3. If we now try to print that first item and the complete item, this will give us a different item with the new updates. I just run this. As you can see, this is what we have: the new list and the new item. The new big list actually is have that updated item. Very well. Also, we can update an item inside a list within the list by the same way that we can select it. For example, here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, we have that list, and we specify that first item, which is 7. This will give us a new one. Let's just try to print this. Instead of select that, let's just print the complete list. Let's just run this. As you can see, the new list have academy and update it. Very well. This is how can we update item inside our list. Very well. I think that's good for enough in this lecture. Let's just complete our mission on the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start complete our mission to learn about lists. And the first thing we want to learn this lecture is actually how can we concatenate between 2 or more one lists. Alright, as you can see here, we got 2 lists. First it called mock, and the second it called academy. Here inside mock we got A, B, C, academy D, A, F. And the first way to do this is actually by using a function it called extends. We use that function by pass the first list that we want to change it actually, which is in our case mock, and then we pass the second list that we want to put it inside the first one. So this will give us A, B, C, which is the data inside our mock, and then we will have D, A, F. If we now hit save and then try to run this, as you can see, we got A, B, C, D, A, F. Very well. The second way actually that we can start with the second one, as you can see here. Let's just take that out for now, and let's just take that in. As you can see, we start by call the second one, and then we say extend, and we pass the first one. This is mean that we will have that data first, and then we will have the data that inside that mock. just hit save, run this. As you can see, this is exactly what we have here. Very well. The third way, actually, it by simply combine them by this way. We can just say mock equal mock plus academy. We cannot say mock will equal or equal directly academy, because this will remove the old data inside that mock and will give us the data inside that academy only. So if we hit save, run this, you can see this is what we have. We can shortcut this way by this way here. Instead of saying mock equal mock plus academy, we can use this plus equal shortcut. This actually will give us the same result. If we try to run this, as you can see, this is what we have. Very well. This is how can we concatenate two lists. Now we want actually to learn how can we add a new data to our list. As you can see, we have this simple list here. We have PHP, Ruby, Java. If we want to do this, we need to use a function that called append. We start by call the list, which is actually called code, or inside a variable that called code, and then we say dot append, and finally we add the data that we want to put it on our or add it to our list. We need to print this to see the new result. If we now hit save, we will not have these 3 items only, we will have this item too. If we try to run this, as you can see, we got now PHP, Ruby, Java, Python. Also, we can pass a list inside or append a list inside a list. By this way, we directly pass any list inside that append function after we call that variable that include our list. If we now try to run this, as you can see, this is what we have. We have our list, and inside that list we have our new list. Very well. Note that specify the new object place by using insert method. It's actually optional. We can just use insert. We can just come here and say, let's just now remove this too. We can just say code, and then we say insert, and then we specify the index that we want to put our new item on it. We select the index. For example, we can make it on index 0. Note that here our Python item, it actually directly go to the last index, which is in that case 0, 1, 2, 3. But by this using this insert, we can specify the place or the index that we want. Let's just try this. Just now hit run. As you can see, we got Golang at the beginning, which is the data that we pass it, and we got the rest of the list. Very well. Let's just say another one. We want on the index 4, and we but actually this will not work as well. We need to add, for example, just make it on index 2. We just hit save. Note that we got PHP on 0, 1, and this is mean that we will have this false, and then we will have this Java. Let's just try to run this. As you can see, this is what we have: PHP, Ruby, false, Java. Very well. Now let's just say how can we remove an object. As you can see, we got this list here. We have this A, B, 2, D, and then we got 2. To remove it, we use this remove method. We call that variable and then dot and then remove, and we pass the name, or actually not the name, we pass the value that we want to remove it, which is in that case actually A.
let's just come here, take that print n to see the new list after we remove the a object or item from it. As you can see, now we don't have this a, we got p through d2. Very well. Also, we can select it by the index, and then we remove it, which is very simple idea. We say array or the name of the variable that have that list, and then we call remove function, and then we say the name, we pass the square brackets, and then we pass the index, which is 1. On that case, note that p and index 0. On that case, we will remove this true. And finally, now we will have this p with this d and with this 2 only on our new list. You just run it. As you can see, this is what I have, p d2. Very well. Also we can clear or remove all the objects using clear method. I just try it. We call the name of the variable or the list, and then we say clear, and we didn't pass any data to this method. This will clear out our list. As you can see, this is what we have empty list. Very well. Also, we can use pop function to get and remove the last function from our list. Let's just use see how can we do this. Just remove this. All right, our new list, we call it new. We have a, b, c, d. All right, now what if we say pop, and then we say equal new, and then we call that pop function, and we try to print that popped and the old one, which is new. If we try this, as you can see, we got this d. If we want, of course, to get the popped item, we put it inside that variable and we start to call it here. But actually, we can also directly remove all this. This also will work exactly what we, just like what we want. Now we will have a new one, but this time without that the last one. All right. Also, we can select the index of item that we want to remove, which is very simple. Just test it. We say repopped. Also, by this way, we can get that item, and then we say new pop 1, meaning that will give us p on that print method here, and here we will have that function, that list without that p. If we hit save, run this, as you can see, we got this p, and now we got this without this p and without this d, because we already popped it here. Very well. I just remove all this, and now we want to talk about how can we get object index. It's actually very simple. We just take the first example in. We got this next item, and we, as you can see, we got this Python, PHP, Ruby, Java, another Java. We want to get the object index. If we say next, and then we call index method, which will give us the index of it. This will give us the index of our Ruby, and it actually will put it on that variable here that we call it op. If we hit save, note that it actually in index 2, this Python in index 0, PHP in index 1, and Ruby in index 2. Let's just run this. As you can see, we got 2. Also, we can get the number of repeated object, meaning how many this this object, it actually repeated in our list. As you can see, we got this Java repeated 3 times. 1, 2, 3. If we try this, we can just call next, and then we say count. Count function give us the number of the repeated object. If we pass this Python, will give us 1, PHP 1, Ruby 1, but this Java, it actually repeated 3 times, so this will give us 3. Let's just hit save and try to run this. As you can see, we got 1 and 3. If we had another one here and hit save, this time will give us 4. Alright, now we want to talk about the sorting list. Sorting list means the change the indexes on of our items inside our list depending on the what we pass. For example, from 1 to the or from 0 to the infinity on numbers, and on strings from A to Z, or from the reverse. I will let you what I mean on a second. As you can see, we got these 2 examples. This one here on the strings, and the second here it actually on the numbers. If we simply use if we directly use this sort function, it will by default sorting our list from by default. Let's just leave it as well, and let's just take that out. Now we didn't have any sorting data or sorting list. As you can see, the list it actually printed as well. But if we call that sort, this will change the sorting or the indexes of our items inside our list. If we try to run this, as you can see, do you know the different? Now we have this start from 1, 3, 8, 11, etc. And here we start, instead of starting from hello, now we start from A or academy, and then we have this hello, and then we have this mock, and finally we got this word. Very well, this is what our sort method do. But note that actually we got something that called reverse, or it's simply an option inside that sort method itself. If we come here and call it, but here inside our sort we pass that option reverse, and then we say equal true. This will actually reverse our sorting, meaning that will start from the big number, meaning this here will start from 44, 33, 25, 22, 12, 8, 3, 1. Let's just see this. If we had save, try to run this, as you can see, we need to run it one more time. Yeah, as you can see, this is what I have. We start from word, mock, hello, A. Very well, and also here we start from 44, 33, 25, 22, 12, 8, 3, 1. This is all about sorting the list. Finally, we want to talk about the list shallow copy. As you can see, we have this list here as an example. We call it our list. Alright, and now we can use this copy function. We can just say new list will equal our list dot copy. Now we have shallow copy. If we change the original list, our new list will not affected by this change. Let's just test this. We will say our list. Note that this the original list. We say append last object or anything. Let's just say only last. Alright. Now our shallow copy will not affected by this appending operation. Let's just say our last dot clear or anything like that. Let's just leave this as well for now, and simply let's just print both lists. As you can see, this is what we have on the first one, which is our original list. We can call it original anyway, but note that our shallow copy list, which is we call it new list, doesn't affect by appending operation. Also, if we say clear or anything, or we do remove any item inside our original list, our shallow copy list will not affected by that. That's why we call it shallow copy. If we try to run this, as you can see, our original list now is empty, but the shallow copy list, it actually doesn't affected by that. Very well. That's all about lists. I wish you best, and let's just move on to the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about tuples. Tuples is a data type that does not able to change the data inside of it after you already create it. To create tuple, we actually use that parentheses. But anyway, we can create a tuple without it. Anyway, let's just see how can we create a tuple. We can just create a variable. Let's just call it tuple or t equal, and now let's just add that parentheses. We can actually add any data type inside our tuples, including the lists. Anyway, let's just say that we got mock, but we need to isolate our data by add this comma. You can just say 2 or 3, false, and finally we can add a symbol list. Very well. Now let's just try to print our tuple. Let's just run our program. As you can see, this is what we have. To actually get a specific item from our tuple, we use the same idea. We use actually the square brackets, and then we specify the index of that item. For example, 1. If we run this, as you can see, this will give us 3. Very well. As a matter of fact, if we try to change our tuple or the data that inside our tuple, this will cause an error. Let's just say by ourselves. For example, we can just say t index 0 equal to any. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see, tuple object does not support item assignment. Very well. What else we have? We have also a specific function that allow us to create a tuple from our list. Let's just test it. We can just say list or li equal. We just add our list. Just say mock 2 false anything, for example 55, anything. And now we can simply say the new will equal tuple, and we pass this li to it. Now if we try to run this, or actually to print this new, let's just see how can we do this. We can just say print new. If we now hit save, try to run this, as you can see, it actually inside this parentheses, meaning that we now have a tuple. Very well. We can create actually a tuple, as I told you before, without this parentheses. It's actually very simple. I just say t equal anything, for example mock true 3 anything. I just try to print it, print t. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see, this is what we have a tuple. Very well. Also, we can change the list that inside that tuple. I'll show you what I mean in a second. We just create a tuple, t equal or for example 2 mock, and here we just create a simple list, had for example 1 and 2. Now let's just try to print our tuple. Alright, and then let's just try to change the data, or actually the list that inside our tuple. You can just say t, and then let's just specify the list, which is in index 0, 1, 2. So here we need to say 2, and for example let's just change this one and make it academy. So we need to specify 2, which is in index 0 inside the lists, of course. So now we can just say equal academy. Very well. Now let's just print our tuple one more time. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see, on the first we got this tuple, and on the second we got this the new list actually with the new data. But actually we cannot do the opposite, meaning that we cannot change a tuple inside a list. Let's just see this. We just come here and say that we got list, or L equal, here we can just say mock, for example, and here let's just add a tuple with 1, 2, 3. If we try to print it, we will not face any issue. If we hit save, run this, as you can see, this is what I have. But what if we try to change the data that inside the tuple? Let's just test it. Let's just say L. We want index 1, which is have that tuple, and let's just say index 0. We want to try to change this 1 to, for example, academy. As a matter of fact, this will cause an error. As you can see, tuple object does not support item assignment. Very well. In general, anything that we can do with the lists, we can do also with the tuples. But if we will not change the data, we can use any method to get the data from tuple. We can slicing or skipping that tuple. Let's just see how can we slicing that tuple. We can just say that we got tuple. We can pass any data, for example 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, and now let's just try to slicing and skipping that. We can just say print, for example, the t. Now let's just say that we want slicing, for example, from 2 to the end, or to 5, for example. This is the slicing. Also we can skipping. You can just say t double colon, and let's just say skip 2. Now if we hit save, try to run this, as you can see, this is what we have, the slicing from 2 to 5, and this is the skipping. Very well. Finally, we can actually assign the variables directly with the tuple data. I will show you what I mean in a second. We just start by create our tuple. Just say inside that tuple, for example, first the name, my name Ahmed, and the age, for example 26, and the city Alexandria. Alright, we can actually directly assign the variable with that tuple. How? It's actually very simple. We just create our first variable, which is the name, and then add comma, and now add the second variable. We just call it age, and finally the city. Alright, and simply we will say this will equal that t. It will actually give us that data inside these variables by that order, meaning that the first item will be inside that variable, the second will be on that variable, third will be on that variable. Let's just try to use it. For example, let's just say print that name. If we hit save and try to run this, as you can see, this will give us Ahmed. We can print that age. As you can see, 26. We can print that city. If we hit save, run this, we got Alexandria. Very well. I think that's all what I want to learn about tuples. We can now move on to the next lecture. Hi and welcome. In this lecture, we will start learn about functions inside Python. A function is a simple idea. It's actually a block of code which only run when it called. You can pass the data to that function, known as a parameter, and also our function can return a data to us. Very well. First of all, let's just start learn how can we define a function. To this, we can just use def keyword, and after the def keyword we add the function name. We can just call it hi or say hi, and after that we add parentheses, and finally we add colon. Then we start to write our code, but note that we should add or leave a space here, with even one space here. Why? Because this is mean that our code inside our function scope. This is mean now that if we pass our code, it will run only when that function is called. Let's just test it. We can just say print hi. Very well. And now let's just come out our function. Now we are actually outside our function effect. Why? Because we didn't add any space here. If we came here and say print, for example, any, as a matter of fact, this print method will work, but this will not work. Why? As I told you, this function will not work unless we call it. But now this print is actually outside our function scope. Let's just run it anyway. As you can see, we got this any. So what if we try to call that function? Let's just say hi, and then add this parentheses. Now if we hit save, run this, as you can see, this is what we have. We have this print, and then we have this hi. Very well. Now let's just talk about the parameters inside our function. Let's just create a new function. We can just call it anything. Let's just start by a def keyword. We can call it any, and here let's just expect add a comma. This is the second parameter. Let's just call it p, and third let's just call it n. And here let's just make something simple. For example, res will equal that e plus that b, and finally here let's just say print. We want to print that the result. Let's just say res, and now we want actually to pass a and p as a number and combine all of them with name, which will be a string. So we can just say str of that res. And finally, let's just add this name. Just make a space plus, and here let's just add this n. Very well. Now let's just call our function, pass to our parameter. The a let's just make it 1, and the b let's just make it 3, and the end, let's just make it, for example, mock. Now if we hit save to run this, as you can see, this is what we have inside our function res for mock. Very well, this is the idea behind this, but note that actually we can make something simple. Imagine that we didn't have, or we don't know how many parameters inside or pass it to our function. For this, we can just make something simple. Instead of write our arguments, we can just make a store. This store actually represent all, and let's just call it anything. For example, arg. Alright, and here instead of call.e, we can just say arg, for example, and pass 0, because all of this will be inside a list. Let's just say, let's just, for example, take that out and let's just print that arg. We can just say print arg. Now if we hit save, try to run this, as you can see, this will be inside a tuple, actually not list. Very well. For this, let's just take that in, and now let's just take that print out, and let's just change the p with arg, and for example, let's just pass 1, yeah, and finally here we can just say arg, and let's just say index 2. This actually will work as well if we run this. As you can see, we got res for mock. Very well. Note that if we actually expect a parameter and at the same time we didn't pass it, this definitely will cause an error. As you can see, we got error, index out of range, even with the old way. If we make it as well and only pass 2 arguments, despite the fact that we actually expect here 3 arguments, this also will cause an error. As you can see, missing one required positional argument n. So note that. Alright, now let's just create a simple example. Just create a simple list. As you can see, inside that list we got this different programming language inside string. And now let's just try to import a useful function that we already imported before, random. Alright, and now let's just create our function. Let's just say def, we can simply call it randlang, random language. We didn't need to pass to anything, we can directly call it. We can just now start to get the max and the minimum length of that random. So we can just simply say the min will be directly 0, but the max we need to specify depending on that length. So we can just say max will equal len of that lang. Very well. Now let's just say the index will be the random, the rand range, and here we can pass the range of that min and max. As simple as that. Finally, we can print this. We can just say that lang, and here we pass that index. Very well. Finally, we can call our function. We can just say rand lang. Add the parentheses, hit save, try to run this. As you can see, we got Java. So what if we try to run it one more time? As you can see, this time we have JavaScript. One more time, JavaScript, now PHP, C#, Java, PHP, PHP, C#, etc. It will keep return to us a different language each time. Very well. Now we want to talk about the return function or the statement. Alright, let's just test something simple. Let's just create a new function. Def, let's just call it multi, for example, and expect A and P. And here we can just say res will equal dot E plus dot P. Very well. Now what if we say print the multi function? As a matter of fact, this will give us none. If we try to run this, as you can see, oh yeah, we need first to pass a number to it as the arguments. If we run this, as you can see, this will give us none. That's why actually we need that return. If we came here this time and pass return, and this time we return this response or res variable as the data, this will not give us none, it will give us actually the result of that. If we try to run this, as you can see, we got 4. Also, we can put this on a variable. We can just say response equal this multi function and pass to anything, for example 2 and 3. We can now come here and directly print it. Just say response, save, run this. You can see we got 5. Note that something very important, that this actually will block anything. This return keyword will block any code after this return. So note that you should add this return at the end of that function. For example, if we came here before that return and say print, for example, hi. Alright, and after that return and say print and pass, for example, mock. As you can see, the color here is the opacity of color here, it actually different, that because our VS Code want to warn us that is unreachable code. We just test it anyway. As you can see, we got this high and this 5, but this mock will never work. If we cut this and make it at the end, now our code will run. As you can see, now we have this high and this mock and this 5. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn about functions until now. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about conversion, logical, and operator inside Python. As a matter of fact, Python supports the usual logical condition from mathematics. For example, we can ask or compare between two values inside two variables or without it. Using double equal, we can ask if that not equal or if they have a different value using not equal operator, or less than or less than or equal. Note that when we add equal after this less than operator, we actually ask if they less than or equal. Note that, very important. Also, we can ask if that greater than or equal. Let's just test it. As you can see here, we got these 3 variables. A have 10, B 10, C 5. Alright, we can just come here and say print. We can ask if that A is equal B. Of course, this will give us true. We just run it anyway. As you can see, we got true. We can also ask if that A is bigger than or equal B. This will give us also true. We can just ask if that, for example, C is smaller than or equal this A. Also, this will give us true. Note that C actually does not equal that A, but it actually smaller than. Also that E is not bigger than that B, but it actually equal that. So this is the idea behind this smaller than or equal or bigger than or equal operator. Let's just add another one. For example, we can just say if that A does not equal that C. Of course, this will give us false. But if we say that A does not equal that B, this will give us false. So this will give us true because A does not already equal that C, but it actually equal that B. So we got true, then we have false. Overall, as a matter of fact, we can compare between any data types, but actually we should have the same data types to be able to compare between them. For example, let's just say if, or actually let's just say print. For example, if that false equal false. Note that we actually now compare between two different data types, so this will always give us false. Overall, we can also compare between the list or the tuples or any data types or string. We can just say if that A equal that F. We can also say if that F is equal that G. Of course, we will have true, then false. Overall, note that actually we cannot, as I told you, compare between two different data types. For example, let's just remove this and say print. We can just add a list, add 1. We can ask if that equal 1, and this always will give us false, as you can see here. But if we came here and add square brackets and then add 0, note that now this totally will return to us 1 as a number. For this will give us at the end true. As you can see, we have true. Now and finally we want actually to learn about and not and or operator. Let's just test it. We just say print. Actually, when we use and, this is mean that we have to have true in each comparison to be able to have true at the end. Let's just test it. We can just say what if 1 is equal 1 and 2 equal 2, and we can actually add and operator as we want. For example, 3 equal 3 and 4 equal 5. What do you expect to have at the end? As a matter of fact, we will have false. Why? Because as I told you, when we use AND operator, this is mean that we should have true in each one of them. But here we will have false. This is mean that we will have false at the end of that result. Let's just test it. As you can see, we got false. But in case we change this to 5, or we can just say this is smaller than or equal 5, for example. On that case, we will have true, because now we got true here and here and here and here. Let's just test it. As you can see, we have true. Overall, now what if we also we can use this not to ask for the reverse of that situation. For example, what I mean is we can just make it before. Just run it now. As you can see, now we have false. But what if we say and not? When we add not, that means that we ask for the reflex of that. On that case, we will have true. Let's just test it. As you can see, we got true. Why? Because actually now we ask if that not equal, not double equal, meaning equality. Very well. Now what if we ask for or? What I mean is, what if we change this AND operator to OR operator? Before this, let's just hit save and try to run it. Now, as you can see, now we have false. But what if we change this OR? This AND to OR actually. As a matter of fact, this time we will have true. Why? Because OR, it actually gives us the opposite of that we have with AND. So using OR, even if we have only one of them is true, on that case we will have true. So if that false and that false and that false, but this true, we will have true at the end. But why? Because we actually ask if each one of them equal to true. On that case, we will have true. Let's just run it. As you can see, we have true. Also, we can use not with that. Note that this actually give us true, and this true, and this true, and this also true. So let's just change this. Let's just came here and say 2, and here let's just say 3, and here let's just add 4, and here we have 5. In that case only we will have true, false I mean. As you can see, we got false. Why? Because all of them actually give us, all this conversion operation give us false. So on that case we will have false. But if we came here, for example, and say not, note that this actually now will give us true, because 3 does not equal 4. On that case we will have true at the result. As you can see here, we have true. Very well, this is the idea behind this conversion logical and operators. Now we can move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about if statement. As a matter of fact, we use if statement if we want to run code with certain conditions. If the condition work depending on the Boolean result. As a matter of fact, to add an if statement, we start by add if keyword, and then here add the comparison that will give us, as I told you before on the last lecture, even true or false. For example, we can ask if 1 equal 1, we add double equal to make it comparison, and then we add this colon, and here we will add a code, for example print yes. As I told you, now let's just run it. As you can see, we have yes. So what if this actually does, we ask if that does not equal. On that case, this actually will never work, but on that case we can actually add else statement. We can just come here and say else without any condition, and then at print, for example, we can just say no. Let's just run it. As you can see, we have no. So in case this actually that condition inside if will not return true, this else will work. If that return true, this else will never work. So if we change this to double equal, in that case we will have yes, and we will not have this no. Let's just run it. As you can see, we have yes. This is mean that if we completely change this directly to true, this actually will give us yes, as you can see. And if we change this to false, this directly will give us no. This is the idea behind this. Also, we have something very important, that we can add many conditions as we want. For example, we can just come here, ask if that 1 equal 2. Of course, that does not equal 2, and come here before this else. Note that we should add it before this else. Alright, and say elf, meaning that we want to add another condition with after this if statement condition, after the first one actually. Also we can come here and say 1 equal 3. Alright, and here we can just print, we can just pass 3, anything. Note that this also will not work. Now we will have no. It's actually a very simple idea, but we just add another one. Actually we can add elif or elsif as many as we want. So by this way we can add any condition or ask for a specific condition. We can just now say 1 is equal 1. We can just now say print yes 1, for example. Now if we try to run this, as you can see, now we have yes 1. Very well. This is mean that if we change this, for example, to not equal, on that case we will have the result that here, the code that here actually, that inside that else. Note that we should have this indentation, this space here, we call it indentation. We already learned about it before when we learn on the function lecture. As you can see, we got no. Very well. Let's just take a real world example for this. We can just come here and say name. This name can be mock. For example, age. For example, let's just make it 26, and we can just make if statement for this. We can just ask if that name. Note that actually we can use also that and or and not operator. So we can just come here and say if that name is equal to mock. We can add and here, and for example that age is equal to 26, or let's just make it is bigger than 26. Note that is actually this actually will give us false. Let's just test it before we run it. We can just copy all this and hash this for now. Just print. Note that this actually will give us false. Let's just run it. As you can see, we have false. You can use print to see your result anytime you want. So we can just come here and say print. For example, you are auth. Simple as that. Now let's just add else if. Make sure to make an indentation here to make it inside that if. We can just add elif. For example, we can just ask if that name is equal to any, and here let's just add or the age is bigger than or equal 26. Note that this time we will have true at the result, so this code that inside that elif will work. You can just say who are you. Very well. Let's just test it. As you can see, we got this who are you. For this also let's just come here and use not. We can just say or not. If we run it, nothing will happen. For this we actually use this else. We add it at the end. We cannot add it many times. It actually for one time. We can just say else print, for example, welcome. I just run this. As you can see, now we got welcome. If we change this to equal and let's hit save, run this, as you can see, you are auth. Also if we remove this, What do you expect to have? Let's just run it. As you can see, we still have this UROS. At the matter of fact, where the same time this condition returned to us true. But note that if any one of these condition is true, the rest of the code will be blocked. The compiler will not be readable by the compiler. For example, if we now change this to bigger than, on that case only, note that we didn't change this one here. On that case only, this will work. Run it. As you can see, who are you? We can add also this elif as many as we want, and this is the idea. If all these conditions return false, on that case only else will work. For this, we can just say not here and hit save, run. As you can see, welcome. I think the idea is very easy now for you to understand. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about dictionaries data type inside Python. As a matter of fact, dictionaries are used to store data values in key value pairs. A dictionary is a collection which is ordered and changeable and not allowed to duplicate the key. Very well, let's just start by see how can we create a dictionary. We can just say dic equal and then add curly braces. This curly braces actually is meaning that we now have a dictionary. Alright, and now let's just add the first key. We can just say mock, and to add the value for this, we add colon and then add the value. For example, we can add any data type. Note that we can add any data type on the key, or also any data type as value, including the dictionary itself. Alright, we can just say here we can add number, for example, or let's just add another one, for example age, and here we can just say 26. Very well, now let's just print our dictionary and try to run this to see what we will have. As you can see, this is what we will have. We have open and closing curly braces, we have this key and this value, this key and this value. Very well. Note that the dictionaries cannot have two items with the same key. Alright, let's just remove this one. Let's just take all this, come here, and let's just change this mock, or we can just change this age. For example, we can just say mock. Alright, let's just add another one. Let's just call it any for now, and add here list, for example. And now let's just try to run this. As you can see, this is what I have. Note that we didn't have this first mock that actually have true as a value. We have the second one that have 26. So this is what dictionaries do. It actually look for the last one of that duplicated key. So this is mean that if we change this to mock, note that we now have 3 key with the same name. In that case, we will have only this mock and this tuple, or actually this list here. I just run it. As you can see, this is what I have. We only have this mock and this key. This is why we do not able to duplicate the key. Well, we can print a number of items in the dictionaries using len method. Let's just create another one. We can just say new, and let's just add 2 as key, 4 as value, anything, 3 as key, and add string as value, add another string as key, and just call it mock, and add a boolean as value. Alright, and now we can simply come here and say len of what this new. Of course this will give us 1 2 3. We just run this. As you can see, we have 3, so we can use this len to get the number of items inside that dictionary. Overall, the values in dictionary item can be of any data type. Alright, we already said that. Let's just create a new one. As you can see, this is what we have. Of course, we can change the key, we can add any data type. Alright, now we have this idea here that the dictionary item are presented in key value pairs and can be referred by using key name. This is mean that let's just make that here. Alright, and if we want to print, for example, this list, or to get this list, we can use this key colors. Let's just say, how can we do this? We can just say print dt. Note that dt is the name of that dictionary, and let's just add square brackets and say colors. Of course, this will give us this list. Let's just add it. Let's just hit save. Try to run this. As you can see, we got this list. Of course, we can change this with year. This will give us the number. We can add this electric. This will give us this boolean, etc. Alright, now there is also a method called get that will give you the same result, but note that here, what if we ask here for not existing key, for example here any. As a matter of fact, this will crash our code. As you can see, we have key error. So this is why we should actually use this get instead of get it by this way. We just remove this, and let's just see how can we use this get. We can just say print. We can just say dt dot get, and here let's just, for example, check this colors. If we hit save, try to run it this, as you can see, we have these colors, but this time, what if we change this to not existing key? If we try to run this, as you can see, we will have none instead of that error here. Not just that, we can actually add an error message. For example, item is not found. In case we didn't have this item, we will have this result here. This as a result. We just try to run this. As you can see, item not found. Of course, if we add an existing one, this will disappear. We say colors, for example, try to run this. As you can see, this message now disappear, and that's why we should use this get. Alright, now we have this keys method, which actually return a list of all that keys that inside our dictionaries. Let's just test it. We can just say print dt dot keys. If we now try to run this, as you can see, we have print electric year colors, which is the key inside our dictionary. Very well. Also, we have item values and items. Values return to us a list of our values in the dictionary. We just test it. dt values. We just run it. As you can see, we have food, false, this number, and this list. Alright. Item method actually will return each item in a dictionary as a tuple inside a list, which is may be very useful in some cases. So let's just test it anyway. We can just say print dt items, hit save, try to run this. As you can see, we got each one of them inside a tuple and all of them inside a list. this key and this value, this key and this value, etc. Very well. Now, as a matter of fact, we can change the value of specific item by referring to it by the key name, of course. For example, we can just come here and say this dt, select that name, we can just say that color, and now add equal. We can add anything, for example red only instead of that list. And now we just try to print our dictionary after we update this color. Run this. As you can see, this is what we have. We have inside this color, we got only this red. We have only this red. All right. Also, we can use update method. This also will work. Alright, let's just remove these and come here and test that update method. We can just say dt update. We should note that we should add this curly braces. We can change these colors. For example, we just make it true. Alright, let's just run this one more time. Well, nothing will happen, but let's just try to print this dictionary after we update this color. As you can see, we got true. Very well. Now let's just talk about adding an items. We can actually add an item to the dictionary by using a new index key and assigning a value to it. It's actually very simple, and also we can use update function to make that mission. Let's just see how can we do this. We can just say dt, add a new one. For example, let's just call it new. Give it any data, for example, number. And now let's just try to print our dictionary. Note what we have here and what we will have now. Run this. As you can see, we got the old list because we already removed it, but we got a new item with key new and value 33. Also, we can make the same mission with or using update method. Let's just test it. We can just come here and say dt update. Let's just add the new key, which can be anything. For example, a number such as 1, and the value can be any. Let's just run this. Nothing will happen, but when we print that dictionary, we will have this new item. As you can see, we got this new item with 1 as a key and any as a value. Very well. Now let's just talk about removing items. There are several methods to remove items from a dictionary. First, it actually pop method that removes the item with the specific key name. Let's just test it. We can just say dt, dt.pop, and here we can add this for example, key name colors. If we hit save and now try to print this dt, our dictionary, let's just run this. As you can see, now we don't have this colors, key and value. Also, we got another one which is actually called, let's just remove this pop. The second function actually or method it called pop item. It actually removes the last inserted items. So you can just say dt pop items. Note that the in version before 3.7 a random item remove instead. Alright, just hit save. Note that we remove already pop function. We have the old dt or dictionary. We just try to print this dt. As you can see, we didn't have this color anymore, right? Also we got this del keyword, which remove the item with the specific key name. We can use it too. We can just say del dt. Let's just remove anything else this time, for example this brand. Alright, let's just now try to print our dictionary. dt, try to run it. As you can see, now we don't have this brand, we have this electric and year, etc. Note that del actually keyword also can delete the complete dictionary. So we can just come here, remove all this, and say that dt or del dot dt. And now if we try to print it, we will have an error because this dt does not exist anymore. I'll just run it. As you can see, we got dt does not defined because we already remove it. Alright, let's just remove all this. And finally we got a clear method which actually empty that dictionary for us. We can just say dt.clear. It doesn't take anything. Let's just say print dt. We can print it before we clear it to see, to make sure that we do have it. Alright, we just run it. As you can see, first we got this one, and second we didn't have anything inside our dt dictionary. And that's all what we want to learn about dictionaries. Now we can move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start talk about loops. Specifically we will start learn about while loops. With while loops actually we can execute a set of statement or code as long as the condition is true. Very well, let's just take our first example, which here we want to print I as long as I is less than 6. First we add while keyword and then we add the condition. Before this, we can first define that I can just say I equal to 1, or let's just make it 0. There is no different, and here we can just say I smaller than 6, and then add colon, and here inside our indentation we can just directly say print. For example, we want this I. But note that now, actually, on that case, we have something that called infinity loop. Why? Because this condition will never give us false in any iteration. So this is mean that it will keep running forever. For this, we need to do something. We can just come here and say that I is equal I plus 1. If we hit save, run that, as you can see, we have from 1 to 6. We got something else that instead of say it by this way, we can directly say I plus equal 1. If we hit save, run this, as you can see, we got this count from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very well. This is our first example. Here we want to talk about the break statement that allow us to break or stop the loop even if the while condition is true. Let's just test this. As you can see here on the first iteration, it actually increment this and make it 2, which actually achieve that condition, and this keep happen to the end until this actually come to 6. On that case, the condition will be false. But we can use this break to stop that condition before this. We can just come here and say if that I is equal, for example, 3. On that case, we can pass this break keyword. Let's just test it. As you can see, we start from 1 to 2. Let's just make it inside 4. Run this. As you can see, it will start from 1, 2, 3, and when it comes to 4, it will break the loop. Very well. Whilst we have actually this continue statement, which allow us to stop the current iteration only and keep running on the next iterations. Very well, as you can see, we got this simple loop. We can simply come here and say f dot I is equal 3. On that case, we want to continue. Alright, this is mean that it will give us 1, 2, and will not give us 3, and it will keep running after that 3. As you can see, we got 1, 2, we didn't have 3 this time, and then we got 5, and then we got 6. Also, we can add another one, for example, lf I equal, for example, 4. Also, here we want to continue. We just run it. As you can see, we got 1, 2, 5, 6. We can add, for example, else if that I is equal, for example, 5. In that case, we can break the loop. And don't forget to add this colon. Just now break the loop. Hit now save or run it. As you can see, only now we have 1, 2. Very well. What else do we have? Actually, we got else statement which can run a block of code once we our loop is done or the condition is no longer equal to true. For example, we can just come here and say else, add the column. We can just print any message. We can just say the condition is no longer true. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see, it will keep running until we came to the 6, and here we can just have this message that say condition is no longer true. We can actually add any block of code that we want. Right now, let's just add our last example. Let's just add a list. All right, we call it test, and here we got this this strings. All right, with this, of course, programming language name. Now let's just add length of that. For example, we can just say len. We want the length of that test list, and now let's just add our while loop. We want to say until this I. We need, of course, to add that I, make it equal. We want to start count from 0, and the idea that we want to get that I to be the index of that. We want to say until this smaller than that L. Let's just make it len or ln, and here let's just say ln. Until this happened, we want actually this I, or we want directly to print that. Just make anything here, for example, len or language lang, and here we want to print that test with that I. Now we want actually to make sure that it's not infinity loop, so we can just say I plus equal 1. If we now try to run this, as you can see, we got each one of them: PHP, Java, Python, Ruby, C. Of course, we can, for example, come here and say f that I is equal, or we can just say that test with that I is equal. For example, Java, we want to break the loop on that point. Let's just run it. As you can see, we only have this PHP. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn about while loop. We can now move on to the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about for loops inside Python. As a matter of fact, a for loop is used for iterating over a sequence that is either a list tuple, dictionary, a set, or a string. Overall, as you can see, and this is a simple list. We can see how can we loop through it using for loop. Of course, we can use while loop as we already learned before, but actually using for loop, this is actually much easier. Let's just say first add our for keyword, and then here we can add a simple variable. We can name it any name that we want, and this variable actually will include each item of them inside throughout any iteration. For example, we can call it item or any name. Let's just call it lang, and then we add another keyword which is called n, and finally we add that sequence that we want to loop through it. After all, we add column, and then we have this indentation, and finally here we can use that lang. For example, we can just say print, we can just say lang and add plus and add that lang. Overall, we just test this to see what we will have. As you can see, this is what we will have, each one of them inside a different line. Overall, this is our first example. We just now take it out, and now let's just see how can we loop through a string. As a matter of fact, looping through a string meaning that we will get each a character inside that string on a specific item. Let's just say that we got s, that s is a variable, include a simple string. For example, we can just say mock academy, or yeah, mock academy. All right, of course we can leave a space here, and now let's just say for, we can just say c or character n dot s, and here we can now use this character that we will have it inside that c variable. We can just say print, we can just come here and say character or char, and here let's just say that we want to pass that c. Well, now let's just run our code. As you can see, this is what we will have from m to I. Well, this is also how can we loop through a string. Now we need actually to understand how can we use a break statement, which is actually allow us to break or stop the loop before it has looped through all that items that inside the list or a tuple or anything. We can just come here and use it with that length list. We can just say for example l, or lamb, for example. All right, anything in that length, and we can simply come here and say print that line, but let's just add a statement. Let's just say if that line is equal, for example, Python. In that case, we want to break the loop. As simple as that. Now let's just try it. Let's just try to run this. As you can see, everything works fine. We got this PHP, JavaScript, Python, and after that our loop will be stopped. Very well, this is how can we use break keyword. Also, we can use continue statement, which is actually allow us to stop the current iteration only of the loop and continue with the next. For this, let's just copy the last code or the last loop, but let's just instead of use that break, we can simply use that continue. And what will happen this time, that we will not have the next one because we print first. So let's just come here and cut that print and put it here after that f, and by this way now we will not have this Python inside our loop. We just hit save, try to run our code. As you can see, we got PHP, JavaScript, Ruby, Java. We didn't have this Python at all. Now let's just talk about the range function. To loop through a set of code a specific number of times, we can use this range function. The range function returns a sequence of numbers starting from 0 by default and increments by 1 by default and end at a specific number. It's actually a very simple idea. Let's just test it. We can just say for range or r in range, and here we can add our number, for example 6, and now we can just say print this r. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see this will start count from 0 to 5. If we came here, we will see that we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So use that. We can just remove this 6 and replace it with 5, and came here and say, for example, that length, alright, and add this r as an index. This will print out our list for us. As you can see, this is what we have. Also, we can do something very special. We can just come here and say len of that length to make it all of them, to make it dynamically. Let's just try to run this. As you can see, PHP, JavaScript, Python, Ruby, Java. Very well. As a matter of fact, that the range function defaults to 0 as a starting value. However, it's possible to specify the starting value by adding a parameter to it, from, for example, 2 to 6, which is mean value 2 to 6, but not including 6. Let's just copy that code here. I will show you what I mean in a second. We can, instead of do it by this way, we can just come here and say add a comma, and let's just say 2 to see what we will have this time. As you can see, now we got this Python, Ruby, Java. Why? Because actually we have a range here starting from 2 and end with the last index inside that length. We can also replace this and add 5. If we now hit save, actually we will have the same result. Let's just try to run it. As you can see, now we have the same result. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn about for loops. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about 2D lists and nested loops. For all, let's just start with the 2D list. When we add a list inside a list, it's actually called 2D list. Let's just add an example for this. Let's just define the variable, call it d2d, and start by add this square brackets. This is mean that we got a big list, and let's just start add this small list inside that big one. This is actually called 2D list. Let's just start to print it to see what we will have on the console. Let's just say d2d. If we hit save to run this, as you can see, this is what we will have. Very well. Now, actually, to get the first item on first row, we can simply do it by this way. We can just say print d2d, add that square brackets. Now we specify when we add 0, this is mean that we specify the first row. Now let's just add another square brackets, and now when we add 0, this is the mean that we now select the first item on the first row. Now if we hit save, this of course will give us this 0. Let's just take the first print out, hit save, try to run it. As you can see, this is what we will have. We have this 0. You just take that out for now, and let's just see how can we get the item on the second item on the second row, which is very simple. The second item on the second row, meaning that we need to select first the second row, which is actually inside index 1, because this the row on 0, this row on 1. The second item on it, which is actually this 3, which is also we need to specify it as 1, because this is actually also inside that index 1. Now if we hit save, this will give us that 3. If we try to run it, as you can see, we got 3. Very well. This is actually all about that 2D list. Now let's just talk about the nested loop. When we simply add a loop inside a loop, this is it actually called nested loop. To deal with the 2D lists, we need to create a nested loop. As simple as that. Let's just add a new list, a new 2D list. Actually, we can, for example, call it new, and as you can see, we got this 3 lists inside our big list. Each one of them include 3 items. Very well. We start from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Very well. Now we just start by add or by see how can we actually get each item of them inside that 2D list. Let's just start by say for row in that new, and let's just simply print it. If we hit save, try to run it, as you can see, this is what we will have now. Very well. And now let's just take that print out, and we just come here and add now another for, which is this is what we call nested loop. We can just say for column or call in that row, and now we just say print. We can just say num or number plus, now we can just say str to convert it to string and add this call. If we now hit save, try to run this, as you can see, this is what we have. We can leave a space here, run it one more time. As you can see, this is what we have. We have number 1, 2, 3, 4. Very well. This is all what I want to learn about 2D list and nested loops. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about Python error handling. Specifically, we will start learning about try and catch block. As a matter of fact, we got this try block, which is let us test a block of code for errors, and also we got this except block that allow us to handle that error, and we got this finally block, which is allow us to execute a code regardless of the result of the try and except blocks. Very well. For example, if we try to divide any number on a 0, we will have a programming error that called zero division error, which is, by the way, a mathematic error also. Very well. Or sometimes we give it an infinity. Anyway, if we now say print 1 divided on 0 and hit save, or without we try to print it, this will cause an error. If we try to run this, as you can see, we got this error with name zero division error, division by 0. Very well. For this, we can just come here and say, for example, add this try block. We need to add a column and come here and try to print that 1 on 0. Let's just remove the first print. After that, we can just come here and say except, and here we can simply say error. If we hit save, try to run this. As you can see, this gives us error. Very well. Also, we can add this finally, and here we can print anything that we want. For example, we can just say 1 divided on 2, for example. If we hit save, try to run it, as you can see, after this error, we will have this have. Very well. Note that we can use as to get the specific error name. We can just say as error. This we can write anything that we want here. Write any variable name. Actually, we can just say error or arr, and coming here and say that error. But for this, we need actually to specify the error that the error name that we expected, which is in our case will be this 0 division error. Very well. Now let's just hit save. Try to run this one more time. As you can see, we got this division by 0. Very well. Now actually we can be more specific. Also we can add another expects as many as we need. For example, we cannot concatenate a number with a string. We already know that information, and this gives us an error with name type error. So we can just come here and add another except. We can just say except. For example, the error name was type error. Alright, now let's just expect that type error as also let's just call it error. You can just come here and say print error. Very well. And now we just come here on the try block and add that error. Let's just say 1 plus 1, but inside double quotes, and let's just take the first one out. Hit save. Try to run our code. As you can see, we got this unsupported operated type S for integer and string. Very well. Now what if we take it in and take that out, and now hit save and then try to run it. Now we got this 0 division error, division by 0. And anyway, we will have this code that inside finally block. Very well. This is all about how can we handle an error inside Python. Now we can move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about Python reading files. As a matter of fact, the key function for working with the files in Python is actually open function. The open function takes two parameters, the file name and the mode. There are 4 different modes or methods for opening a file. R or read, it actually opens a file for reading, and it cause an error or return an error if the file does not exist. A or append, open a file for appending a new content, and in case that file does not exist, it will create that file with that name. W or write, which is actually open a file for writing, create that file if the file does not exist. Finally, we have X, which is actually we use it to create a specified file, and it actually return or cause an error if the file does not exist, is already exist. Yeah. All right. Now let's just talk about this. Let's just start by see what we will have here. As you can see, I already add this new file with that name, names.txt, and this file actually have this content, and let's just come here and say open method. And let's just start by add our file name, and notice that if our file is actually outside our folder, in that case we will need to add the complete path, for example C / etc. overall desktop, etc. Alright, But in case that the file is actually inside the same folder, in that case we can directly call the file name, which is actually we call it names. And in case also that you using Mac, you will not be need to add the extension, but since that you using Windows, this meaning that you need to add the file extension. And then we add comma, and here we specify the mode. We just say R mode, which is as I told you, allow us to read or get the content of that file. Very well. Now we just put this on a variable. We just call it f equal open, etc. And anytime we need or we open a file inside Python or use open file, when we actually complete our mission, we should add close function. So we can just come here and say f.close. Very well. So we just cut this from here and leave it at the end here of our code. But never ever forget to add this close function. Very well. Now we just see our first method, which is actually called readable. All right. Let's just say print f.readable, which is simply return to us whether the file seen can be read or not, as a boolean, of course. So if that file is readable, this will return true. If not, it will return false. So we just try to run this. As you can see, we got true. So what if we change that mode to, for example, A? Hit save. Try to run this. As you can see, this time give us false. This is all about readable function. Now we got this read function, which is simply return the file content, give us the complete file content. Let's just say print f.read. If we now hit save, try to run this, got something not right. That we actually add we use actually a append mode, that at the same time we want to read that file. So we need to change this to be able to read that file. As you can see, now we got that content inside that file. Very well. Now we want to talk about your read line method, which is actually return one line from our file, and when we add another one, or when we call it one more time, it actually return both the first and the second and the third to the end of our lines. I will show what I mean in a second. If I came here and say print f.read lines, or line, not lines. If we hit save to run this, as you can see, this gives us the first one. If you come here, you'll see that this the first line inside our file. So what if we duplicate this one and hit save and try to run this? As you can see, this return to us the first and the second. And if we add it one more time, hit save, run that, as you can see, this will give us the first and the second and the third line. This is how it works. And now let's just talk about the read lines method, which is actually return to us a list of containing each line in the file as a list item. So if we come here and say print f.read lines and hit save, I just try to run this. As you can see, now we got a list. Each one of them include our it have an item. Our list has an item, and each item of them have the a line from our file. Note that this \n mark actually to the next line. Very well. we can select a specific line from the list that come from read lines. It's actually very simple. If we came here and add square brackets, for example, if we want the second one, we can just say 1 here, 1 as an index. This will give us the second line, which is a Jag front-end developer. If we try to run it, as you can see, we got this Jag front-end developer. Overall, we can actually use for loop with this read lines. If we want, for example, or we search for a specific line, this would be very helpful. Let's just remove this one and just come here and say for example, name or line n f dot read lines, and simply now we can print this. We can just say line, hit save, and also we can do anything that we want here. We can just say the line or line, add space, hit save, try to run it now. As you can see, this is what we have. We have this pop, this Sarah, Jack, Ahmed, etc. Very well. I think that's all what I want to learn on this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will learn how can we write inside the files using Python. Also, we'll learn how can we create a file. Alright, as you can see here, this is the different modes that you already learned about it on the last lecture. The new here that we actually have this, when we add this plus with the OR mode, this allows us to read and write at the same time. Note that on the older version of Python that we actually have different modes, but this modes now on the from the Python 3.10, all of them nearly deprecated. We only have these 4 modes. Very well. First, now let's just see how can we create a file using X mode. Let's just start by say open, and now add the file path. It actually want to create it on that folder, so we can directly call the file name. Let's just call it a.txt, and now let's just specify the mode, which is X mode. Let's just now put it on a variable. You can just call it f. Finally, we need to call close function, since that we say open function. And now if we try to run it, as you can see, this will create to us a new file a.txt. Note that if the file exists and we try to create it, this function actually will return an error to us. Let's just test it. As you can see, we got file existed error. File exists. Very well. Now let's just take this out and let's just talk about the W mode, which is actually allow us to write on a function. Alright, now we got this function, so we can just say f equal open. We want to work on that a.txt function, and then we can just come here and specify the mode W, and now we can just say f.close, and between of them we can write on it. We can use actually write or write function, and here we can add anything that we want, any data that we want. We can just say hello world, anything. Note that our file now is empty. When we run our code and go back, we'll see that we got new content inside our file. But note something very important, that W mode will remove the old data. I'll show you what I mean in a second. If we take that out and come here, for example, and say n equal open that a.txt n.txt, specify the mode with w, say n.close. Alright, and now if we actually came here and say n.write, for example, just say new. If we hit save and run this, this actually will remove the old content that we will have now inside our file, which is hello world, and we'll put the new one. If we try to run it, go back, as you can see, we got only the new content that we passed here. Note something very important too, that we got a very useful function which is called write lines, which is allow us to write line by line. For example, we just say \n, next line, we can call it one more time, and the write lines, we can just say \n last, hit save. And note that also we actually have this write table and write row, which is actually look like that readable that we already used before, that allow us to know that whether that we are able to write on that file or not, and this actually return to us a boolean. Anyway, you can test it by yourself. It's called writable. Very well. Now we just try to run this and go back. As you can see, now we got this new next line last. What else do we have? We got now a or append mode. Very well. If we came here and say a equal open, we want to open a.txt file, a extension or a mode actually. We want now to say a or append, close. Alright, and now we can just say a dot write. We can just come here and say mock academy. Alright, if we now hit save, note that this actually unlike we have with the write mode, using a mode or append mode, this will add our new content to the old content. Alright, without removing the old content, it will add it here. Very well. Let's just try to run our code now. If you go back, you will see that we got this mock academy at the end. Very well. Now we got our plus, but this actually when we try to use it to write, unlike we have with append, this will add our new content at the beginning here. Let's just test it. We just take this out, and now let's just say or equal. We can by the way call this anything, but I prefer to call it by these characters. Now we can just say open a dot.txt, and the mode is or plus. Now we can just say or dot close, and let's just start by read the content on the file. We can just say print or dot read. Note that or plus allows us to read or write at the same time. Run it. As you can see, this is the content that we have actually. Alright, now what if we try to actually add the content to our file? It will actually work exactly what we have with the append, but the only difference that will add the content at the beginning of that file, not the end of that file. We just test it anyway. We just come here and say or dot write, and add, we can just say Ahmed, add spaces, many spaces, hit save, run it. Go back, as you can see, this is what we will have. We have Ahmed, XD line, last mark academy. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn about writing on files using Python. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn how can we move a file from a destination to another. Also, how can we remove a file. Very well. As a matter of fact, we can use OS module to do so. And also, as a matter of fact, we will learn more about these modules or about these Python modules on the next lectures. But for now, we can use it. Alright? Very well. First, we want to learn how can we move that file. And the best practice to write this code is actually to put it on try except block. Very well. Let's just see can we do this. We can just say try colon, and here first of all we want to specify the exact destination, the current destination, and the destination that we want to move the file to. For this, we can just say C destination or C path, which is actually inside instead of write our path, since that the file that we want to move it, which is this one's here, is actually inside our folder. We can directly call the name of that file a.txt with the extension, of course. And the new path or mpath will be inside our desktop, but note that the actually does not take the path only, it take the path with the file. Note that not just that, with the file and the file extension. So we should come here after that final slash and say a, or the file name, which is a.txt, which is the file extension. As simple as that. Now let's just get that OS module. You can just say import. We need to import it to be able to use it, and come here and say os.replace. This is the function that we want to use it, which is take the old destination and the new destination, and it will do the job. So we can just say the old destination will be C path or current path, the new one will be new path, as simple as that. Now inside except block, we want actually to see if we have a specific error, which is called file not found error. In that case, we can just say print file not found. Now let's just hit save. Note that now we got this a.txt file inside our py folder, but if we try to run this, as you can see, our file now will disappear. If we came here, we will see our file now inside our desktop. Alright, now let's just take these ones out, and now let's just try to remove a file. Let's just add the same try catch block. Let's just add the file destination. We can just say C path 2, and let's just say that we want to remove a.txt. I know that the file does not exist anymore, but I will show you why I do this for a second. We can just say os.remove and pass the C path to it. Very well. Now let's just add zip file not found error. We can just now print file not found. If we hit save now, try to run it, as you can see, we'll have this file not found. Alright, now what if we try to put this a function inside our folder one more time. As you can see, our A is here now, and try to run this. As you can see, this time it will disappear, but it will not move to another place. It will actually disappear. As you can see, there is no any files here. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about Python modules. As a matter of fact, we can consider a module to be the same as a code library or a file that containing a set of functions that we can use it or include it in our main application file. Very well. Even actually we can use a data type that inside that file inside our application file. Very well. Now let's just talk about the create a module. To create a module, we can just save a code we want in a file with the file extension .py. As you can see here, I have my app.py file, and this will be my main file, and I already create a new one. This should be the module file, and I call it helper.py. Alright, as you can see, I see here it's actually an empty file with that comment that say that we have built-in modules that come with Python. We can use it anywhere using import statement. We already know that before, and we can visit that website, that official Python website, docs.python.org/3/py. 3 here back to the Python version, and then we can complete this link. We just open that link anyway. As you can see, we got Python module index. We got here a list of our Python built-in modules. We just, for example, go through R, for example. As you can see here, we can, for example, see the more details about any module that come built in with the Python, such as random that we already learned about it before. As you can see, it have an information about that methods that inside that module, and additional information. You can use this helper website or this link to know more about or learn more about the Python module. For now, we just start by import that module. We can just call it it's called random. Alright, and now let's just define a list. Alright, and now let's just define a function that will return a random item from our list. We can just call it let's just say def rand lang. Alright, can just come here and say index will equal random rand range. We can start from 0, for example, to len of that lang list. Alright, and we can simply return that lang list or that index. Simple as that. Now let's just, after we create a code, remember that we got a data type which is a variable, include that list. Also we got this method here or function. Very well. Now let's just go back and let's just see how can we use a module by using import statement. It's actually very simple, as we already do with the built-in module. We can use it with our created module. We'll just say import helper. As simple as that. Now we can use a variable that inside our module. We can just say, for example, print. We can print helper, and then we add dot, and then we add the variable that inside that actually that module here, which is name lang list.
If we now hit save, try to run it, as you can see, this is what we have. We can be more specific. For example, just duplicate that line, and now we just add square brackets, and we just specify 2 index 2. This will return to us Python. Just run it one more time. As you can see, we have this Python. Now let's just see how can we use a functions that inside our module, which is also very simple. For now, let's just take these prints out. Alright, and now we can just start. Let's just define the function, our variable. Let's just call it r, and here we can just say helper. We can directly actually print that, but also we can put it on a variable anyway. And now let's just say rand lang, simple as that. Now let's just try to print it, print that r variable. Let's just try to run it. As you can see, we got C#, but if we try to run it one more time, as you can see, this time we have JavaScript. One more time, now we have Ruby, PHP, Ruby, PHP, C#, Ruby, Python, which is the main idea behind this function. Very well. Actually, we can renaming a module. We can create an alias when we import a module by using as a keyword. What that mean? It's actually very simple. We can, by the way, import one module many times in the same file. We will see here. We can just come here and say import the module name or the helper, but this time we can change the module name, which is actually a feature that we have, that as keyword, that in case that we our module name is very complex and we want to make it simple. For example, we can just in that case make it help, and now we can just say print. We want to print that hell dot lang list. Now if we hit save, as you can see, we got this variable or that list. Also we can just say dot rand lang, add square brackets, run this. As you can see, we got PHP, JavaScript, Python, PHP, because we already call it here. Very well. It seems that everything works fine. Now we just talk about import from module. As a matter of fact, we can import or choose import only parts or specific parts from our module by using from keyword. For now, let's just take this out. This one and this one, also this one. We can actually leave it as well, but I prefer to take it out for now. Anyway, we can simply come here and say import from, or actually we should here start by from helper. We can just say import. We can import that lang list. Also we can add as here. We can rechange this with another variable name. We can just say as lang, and then come here by as simple as that and say we want to print that lang. Remember that this lang here point to this lang list. Now if we try to run this, as you can see, this will print our list to us. Well, that's all I want to learn about modules for now. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about classes and objects. As a matter of fact, Python is an object-oriented programming. Almost everything in Python is an object with its properties and methods. A class is like an object constructor or a blueprint for creating an objects. For example, if we want to make a specific operation or do a specific operation for many times that not look like the for loop, it actually specific, and some you can call it that complex operation, we use that class. We will see what I mean on a second. Also, we can create that class here and reuse it on the same file, but I decided to put it on a separate module. That module I call it mod.py. Very well, as you can see, this is our file that we will create here. The class, to create a class, we start by add class keyword, so class, and then we call the class name, which is, let's just call it cars, and then we add colon, and here we start write our code. Actually, all classes have a function called $_init $_, which is always execute when the class is being initiated. Actually, we can use the init function to assign values to object properties or other operations that are necessary to do when the object is being created. You'll see what I mean in a second. Let's just start by defining that main function that call $_init $_. Very well, and that function actually should have at the first an object, or actually a variable. That variable will be responsible to assign and reassign that object properties. In general, or many developers call it self, but anyway, we can call this any name that we want. For now, let's just leave it as well. Then we can add all the expected properties or variables that will have inside our object. As you can see, I have this brand, price. We separate them by add this comma, model year it used. Very well, and here we can simply, for example, say self, and then say dot, and then we can, for example, rechange that brand name or add any value that we want. We can assign it with any name, such as the core brand. Alright, and then say equal, and came here. If you remember what I say here, that we can add a necessary operation. That necessary operation can be look like that we should come here and say, for example, brand plus 100, for example, or 1000. All right, this is the what I mean when I say necessary operations. But in general, for now, let's just remove that line or take it out, and here we can just say self. We can just say call it with the same name, brand will equal that brand, as simple as that. We can call it any name that we want, but let's just leave it with the same name, and let's just duplicate that and do it with the other variables or args. We can just say price, and here we can just say model year underscore model underscore year. Alright, finally we can just say it underscore used. Alright, and now actually we can use and create that object. If we go back here, we can just create an object, but first we need to call that class. We can simply say from that mod, or it called mod import dot cars. Very well, and here we can just start by create that object. We can simply say cars. Alright, and as you can see here, this come to us from the Visual Studio Code. We got brand. Note that the self now it actually disappeared, because it actually as I told you, it's a tool for a specific mission. It's not a parameter. Alright, now let's just see what we have. First we need to add that brand. We can call the brand BMW, and then we add price. We can just say 1000, and then we can add the model year. We can just say 2022. Finally, we can just say it used. We can just say false. Here we can add a boolean. Alright, let's just add another one. Course the brand, let's just call it Honda. Price, let's just make it 800, or yeah, 800, nice. Model year, let's just make it 2020. It used, let's just make it true this time. And now let's just put these objects, this actually call objects, let's just put it on a different variables. Here for example, let's just say b v or w equal to the, here we just say Honda equal to this object. Very well. By this way we can use any of these objects. For example, let's just see how can we use it. For example, let's just try to pass that BMW. Let's save. What do you expect to have when we run this? Let's just see. As you can see, this is what I have. It actually returned to us that data type object. Very well. So what if we came here and after that BMW add dot, and then for example add brand. Try to run this one more time. As you can see, we got the brand is BMW. Very well. Note that we didn't actually assign that brand name here or variable here. We actually pass only that BMW, and when we call that brand, this return to us that BMW. This is the idea behind using this object. For example, let's just say print BMW, and now we just say model year. Try to run this. As you can see, 2022. For example, price, hit save. Try to run this. As you can see, 1000. Very well. Let's just try to use that Honda object. We can just say brand, hit save, run this. As you can see, Honda. Or else we can just say price, hit save, try to run this. As you can see, 800. So what if we come here and say the price will equal, for example, the price plus 200, and hit save and go back here. And now what if we try to run this? As you can see, now we will have this will equal to 1000 and this 1200, because we actually changed that here. This is the necessary operation that I already talked about it before. Very well. Or else also we can change that brand. We can just say P, for example, as simple as that. And if we come here and call that brand, this will cause an error. Let's just try this. As you can see, cars object has no attribute brand, but if we change it to just P and hit save, try to run it, as you can see it will run without any issue, because we already changed this here before. Let's just reassign this. Very well. Now let's just talk about the methods or the class method. Actually, the classes can also contain a methods. Methods in class are functions that belong to the object itself. For this, we can just come here and let's just create a method. Let's just call it tax, and this method actually return to us a tax or a price with tax. For this, we need to expect that self here as a parameter. Alright, and let's just here check if, for example, that self dot price is bigger than, for example, 800. In that case, we want to make 20% as a tax. So we can just say self dot price will equal self dot price by dot 20, and here let's just say else and say self dot price equal self dot price. This time let's just make it a little bit smaller, for example dot 5%. As simple as that. This will be half, not 5, so we need to add 0 here. Hit save. Very well. Also we can make it a return function instead of change it by this way. We can just instead of do it by this way, we can just come here and say return self by this, and let's just do it here too. We can just come here and say return self dot price by dot 05. Simple as that. Now let's just see how can we use it. If we go back here, and here we can test that class method. We can just say BMW, or let's just print it. We can just say BMW dot tax. If we now hit save to try to run this, we got something is not right. That core attribute had no attribute P. Yeah, we need to change this one here. We can just make print. And for now, let's just take all these prints out. Hit save now. Try to run it. As you can see, we got now 200. This is the tax for BMW, which is represent to or 20%. We just use it with the or test it with Honda dot tax. Very well. Let's just hit save. Try to run it. As you can see, we got 40, which is actually represent 5% of that Honda price. As a matter of fact, if we go back here, actually we can update the attribute that we pass it here. For example, if we come here and take that return out, and we leave the first lines as well, by this way actually the price of our object will be changed. If we now hit save and go back and try to run this, as you can see, this will give us none and none. But this actually why because we didn't return any data to this. But if we take this out and start here by for example print dot BMW dot price, and then after we call that tax, we can print it one more time to see if we have something different or not. Let's just take that one out for now. Now if we hit save, by this way actually we can update the brand name by class method, or we can update the price or the model or it used, or any actually attribute inside our class. If we now hit save and run it, as you can see, we got first 1000 and then we got this 200. But this actually why, because we should come here and add plus equal, come here and add plus equal. If we go back, try to run it, as you can see, on the first we got 1000. After we add the tax, we got 1200. Also, you can change this. We can do it with Honda. If we hit save, try to run it, as you can see, before we add tax, we had 800, and after we add tax, we got 840. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn about classes and objects for now. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about Python inheritance. Inheritance allows us to define a class that inherits all methods and properties from another class. Parent class is the class being inherited from, also called base class. Child class is the class that inherits from another class, also called derived class. Very well. As you can see here, I have this app.py, which will be our main file, and I have this person.py, we can here write the parent class, and we can add the child class here inside student.py file. Of course, we can, for example, write or we can do it on one file. We can add our child class and our parent class and test it on one file, but I actually prefer to separate them by using module. Alright, we just go through this person.py and we just start by add our parent class. So we just say class, we just say person, you can call it any name you want. We just add our init method, just say self, and we just add our properties, for example first name or f name, l name or last name, and the last property, for example, we can just say alt. Alright, we can just come here and say this, or actually self dot, we can call it first name will equal f name, and self dot, we can call it last name, we can make it equal l name, and finally we can add the alt with the same name. So we can just say self dot alt equal alt, and here they just start add some methods. They just add a method that will return the complete name. So they just say def, we can just say name or cname. Alright, this should expect self, and we can come here and directly return self dot first name plus space self last name all, and here we can just say def and add another method, for example, that will return to us if the person is young, or also we can just call it old young. Also let's just add self, came here, and we can add a simple if statement. We can just say if self dot old smaller than 21. Here we can simply return for example person is young, and we can add else and say return person is old. Simple as that. Or we can call it not young. Anyway, now we are done with the parent class. Now we just go through the child class, and we need actually first to know that when we add a function here on the child function or class, the function has the same name with another function that inside the parent class. This is called override function. So if we simply add a function here with that name old young, or with that c name, this actually call override. And what happened here, that when we call that when we create an object using that class, that child class, in that case, when we call a function, the function that will execute, not the function that inside the parent class, but actually the function that inside this student class, which is the child class. We will see this on a second, but first let's just say that we want to make that class inherit the parent class or that person class. First let's just create our class. We can just call it student, but actually to make it inherit another class, we need to add this parentheses, and we can just add the class name, but first we need to call it. We can simply say if from person import person, and we can just call it here. For all, now our student class inherit that person class. So let's just add a method, a simple method, and just say st name or underscore name. or student name, and this should have self, and we can simply return that self dot first name, and we can add plus and make any sign such as student. Very well. For now, let's just go back and let's just use the parent and use the child. First of all, we need to import them. Very well. And then let's just start by use the parent. We can just call it Ahmed. And now we can just say person. And let's just say the first name will be Ahmed. Last name Khalaf. The old, let's just say 26. Alright, and let's just call the child class. We can, for example, call it mock. Now we need to call student. The first name mock. Last will be academy. And the old, for example, let's just make it 10 or anything. Very well. And let's just see how can we use. We actually know that we can use that parent. For example, let's just say print that Ahmed dot. We can print anything such as old, young. If we hit save, try to run this. As you can see, we got person is old. Very well. Now let's just see how if we can use the method that inside student or not. The method name was stname, so we just come here and say print mock dot stname. And now if we hit save, try to run this, as you can see we got mock student. Very well. So now what if we want to use a function using that using that object here, but it actually does not inside that student, which is actually the idea behind that inherit, but it actually inside that parent class. We actually can do it by simple way. If we, for example, just take that out, or we can leave it as well. But if we come here and if we say old, young, and hit save, try to run this, as you can see we got person is young. Very well. Now if we go back, just like what I did, if we add a function here or a function here with the same name with a function inside the parent one here, this will override that function. Let's just, for example, copy that one here, go back here and call it here, and for example let's just change the person, for example, to student, to be able to note the different. Alright, and let's just change this to, for example, 8 or 9. Alright, and now we just hit save and go back. Now we will not change anything, but we will try to run this one more time. As you can see, first we got person is old, which is actually come from that person class. But on the second one we got student is old, which is actually come here from that one, from the child class, because we add a function with the same name. So far we have created a child class that inherits the properties and the methods from its parent. Actually we want to add the init function to the child class. When you add the init function to the child class, will no longer inherit the parent's initialize function. To keep the inheritance of the parent's initialize function or init function, we need to add a call to the parents init function inside the same class, just like what I did here. As you can see, I start by add this function init, and then I start by add self, first name, last name, old, but the only change that I make, that I already add this college, which is here actually only inside that student, and at the same time I start by call the person, and then add dot, and then add initialize function, and pass to itself if name, l name, old. After all, I start by define that property, that new property that call college. I say self equal or dot college equal college. For all, now I can be able to inherit that function, that method, that class, that person class here, and at the same time I be able to add a new property. Also, Python has a super function that will make the child class inherit all the methods and properties from its parent. So we can replace that code with that simple code. We can directly say def initialize, add that next. Of course, we can change it with self. We can leave it as well. We can just say any. We can add any variable name that we want, right? But we always use that self, so I just leave it as well. And then I add if name, l name, old, college, which is the new property. After that, I call that super function, and then I start call that initialize function with if name, l name, old. And after all, I start by set that new property name. Very well. That's all what we want to learn. Finally, we can use that super or child function. We can just come here and say print. We can just say mock, since that they have the that mock actually we use student, yeah. So we can just come here and say what we will have on that college. Now if we hit save, I think that we will have an error. If we try to run this, as you can see, this is what we expect. We got missing required positional argument college. So this is mean that we should come here inside that object and add that college. We can add anything, ASA, hit save. Now if we try to run it, as you can see, we got ASE. Note that here we don't have to add this college on the parent class, but we actually only need to add it here. Well, I think that's all what we want to learn about inheritance in Python. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. In this lecture we will start learn about args and kwargs, and when we can add this asterisk and this double asterisk. Well, first of all, if we do not have many arguments that we will pass or we will receive into our function, we actually can add asterisk before the parameter name in the function definition, of course. Alright, for example, this one's here will actually cause an error. Why? Because we here expect 2, and at the same time we actually pass 3 arguments. If we hit save and try to run this, as you can see, this will give us error. So how can we change this or fix this? We can just add asterisk, for example A, and we can just come here and say A
with index 0 plus a with index 1. So you can say that it actually convert to all that arguments that come from or pass to our function. It actually convert when we add this asterisk, this convert it to a tuple and put it on that variable name. So if we now try to run this, as you can see, we will have a 9 variable because we try to say 4 plus 5. Also, you can just come here and say plus a 2. This will combine all this together. If we now try to run this, as you can see, we will have 15. Alright, very well. Now let's just see how can we pass a list or tuple. I prefer to pass a list as arguments. Let's just define a function. Def, we can just call it new, and here we expect a list, so we just call it li. Here inside that list, let's just say that we got a variable. We just call it a response, give it the value of 0, and here we can just make a loop. We can just say for n that li, we want to make that response plus equal that n, simple as that. After all, we want to return that res, simple as that. Now let's just add create first our list. Let's just say for example num equal, for example 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, and here let's just directly print that new function and pass to it this num, of course. Very well. You just hit save, try to run this. As you can see, we will have 15. Very well. Let's just, for example, add 1 here. Run this one more time. As you can see, you got 25. Alright. This is how can we pass a list as arguments. Also, we can actually use an asterisk or args to do it by different way. Let's just take this out for now, and let's just come here and define the function. Let's just define it with the same name, but here we just add asterisk, and here let's just add arg, add the response equals 0, say for n in arg, and here we can just say the res will plus equal this n, and after all we just say return that res. Alright, but now we can directly say print that new function and start add the arguments 1, 2, 3, 4. If we now try to run it, as you can see, we will have 10. Very well. This is how can we use arguments and pass lists. Now we need to know that if we do not know how many keyword arguments that will pass into our function, we can add 2 asterisks before the parameter name in the function definition, of course. And as a matter of fact, the keyword is meaning that we got a key, such as just imagine that we got a function definition here, and we pass here a key, for example name, and then we pass equal, and we start to pass that name, which this in that case will be the key, and that name or that string will be the value. Alright, let's just define the function. We just call it def key anything, and expect if name and l name. Alright, and we can just come here and print first name. We can directly pass if name and print after that the last name, name. Very well. We need here to add plus, not equal, and then we can just come here and say that key and start pass that if name equal, and the first name, let's just say Ahmed or mock anything, and the L name, just make it half. Well, now if we try to run it, as you can see, we got first name Ahmed, last name Khalaf. Alright, this is how can we deal with the keyword. But actually, what if we didn't know how many keyword we have here? Instead of doing by this way, we just take that out. Alright, and add many keyword here. For example, we just say old equal, pass here a number, and we can simply now come here and say, instead of doing it by this way, just remove this and add double asterisk and say key word. We can of course replace this name with any other name, for example list, any name, and we can just come here and say print that list. But now we need to add square brackets and specify the key. For example, we can simply say old. If we hit save now and try to run this, this will not cause an error, it will return 26. We can call after that old, we can just come here and say print that list, specify the key, and just say if name. If we hit save, this will return Ahmed. As you can see, this is how can we deal with the keyword. Alright, what else do we have? The correct function definition. Yeah, this one's here. This is the correct function definition. We should start with arguments, and after that argument, the expected argument, we can add that args or asterisk, and then the rest of the args we can put it on another one or on a specific list or tuple. After that we can add the keyword, and after the expected keyword we can add the rest, the unexpected one, using double asterisk of course, not one asterisk. So you just add an asterisk here. So let's just add an example for this. Okay, close this one. We can just come here and say def, let me just call it x, and expect a and p. We can, we can copy all this. Alright, and we can just come here and say print. We can print that a and that p, or let's just print that a only, print that p, and then print that args, and print that option, and print that is admin, and finally print that keywords. Now let's just call our function. Let's just say my fun, and add a. On a you can add a string, inside p you can add anything, for example p, and the other arguments we can add anything such as 1, 2, 3, 4, anything. And then the option, we can add any option. The option should be true. Let's just change that option can just say option equal and just replace it with false. And then we have this is admin, we can leave it as well. So if we didn't pass it, it will keep no. And we can add the kwargs, we can just add anything such as for example lang equal Python. Well, now let's just hit save, try to run this. As you can see, we got this in the dictionary as a key. Lang Python is the value. Before we got no, which is actually this is admin, and then we got this false. Note that this actually, when we pass it here, we pass it here as a default. Actually, we can actually remove this. This will not change anything. As you can see, we still got this false. But if we didn't pass it, alright, by this way, just remove this and add a default here, for example, as true. This will change to true. As you can see, it changed to true, and then we got all that arguments on a tuple, and then we got A and P. This is the first or the expected arguments. Well, I think that's all what we want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about Python unpacking operators. Well, let's just talk about the first example. Let's just say that we got a variable. Let's just call it list or li equal, and here let's just add a list from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, and simply let's just print that list. After that, let's just add print, and for example add this dashes to separate them, and here let's just reassign that list to 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, and then let's just print it by different way. Just come here and add asterisk and print that list and hit save. And we can leave it as well. We can directly print it by this way. If we hit save and then try to run this, as you can see, this is what we will have. You just run it one more time. On the first, we will have it inside a list from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But here we got only these numbers. Print these numbers. Why? Because this is what unpacking do. This exactly like the just we say print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we hit save and try to run this, as you can see, we will have the same result here. Very well. This is our first example. The second example actually, that if we came here and define a function, we can call it sum and say A and B and C, and then came here and say return A plus B plus C, and then we say return, or actually print. We want to print that sum, and we can come here first and define the list. We can put here 1 and 2 and 3, and instead of say li, of course this will cause an error. Let's just test it. As you can see, type error. But if we add here asterisk, this will convert this to 1, separate by this comma, and after that we got 2 and 3. This is the correct syntax. This means that we will have a correct result, which is 6, without any issue. But the idea here that if we come here and add another argument, this will cause an error. For all. So we just add another example. We just say def
resum, and here let's just add asterisk. Let's just say args, came here, add the response, make it 0, and say for n and args, we want the response to plus equal. This look like that we say this will equal res plus that n, but we shorthand this by add plus equal. We want this plus equal this n. After all, we want to return the response. Very well. And now we can come here and define the list. I just say li 1 equal 1 2 3, li 2 equal 4 5 6, li 3 equal 7 8 9. Overall, and now we can simply come here and call that function, which is called resum. I just say print that resum function, but we will actually unpack this list here by simple way. We will come here and say asterisk li1 asterisk li2 another asterisk li3. Now no matter how many items in that list, this will never cause an error. So if we try to run it, as you can see 45. So if we come here on the first one and add, for example, 5 and hit save, try to run it, as you can see we got 15. If we come here and, for example, add 10, hit save, run it, we got 16. If we come here and add 40 and hit save, this will give us 100. Very well. This is the idea behind this. This is how can this so useful for us, this unpack operator. Very well. Let's just define the list. Let's just call it my list. Alright, and give this list from 0 numbers from 0 to 10. Alright, the idea that we can separate that list by simple way. We can just get the first and the second and put it on a variable a and b, and then add the rest of that list on another variable, for example c. You can just say this will equal my list, and then we can come here and print that a, and then print that p, and finally we can print that c. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see we got this 0 and then we got this 1, and after that we will have a new list, start from 2 to the rest. Very well. We can also come here after that and add d, f, g, any number that we want, and we can just come here and say print that d, and then print that f, and finally print that g. Now if we try to run it, as you can see we will have the first 2 items on that list, and then the item from 2 to 7, and finally we will have the last 3 items separate on each one of them inside a separate variable. Very well. This is another example. Now we want to see how can we merge list or tuple. Let's just define the list. Let's just call it a, give it for example 1 2 3, and define another list, call it b, and give it for example 4 5 6, and we can simply come here and say for example new will equal, this is the, or let's just call it merged, will equal
asterisk a comma asterisk p. Now let's just try to print it. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see we'll have one list. It actually starts from 1 to 6. Very well. Of course, if we make anything here, such as if we add another one and try to run this, as you can see, this is what we'll have. It's actually a very simple idea. What else do you have? We have the merge dict or dictionary. We just add a dictionary inside the variable. We just call it a. For example, a anything. P. Just say false. Just add another dictionary. You can just say for example 1, give it true, and we can just say L, and here add a list from 1 to 3. Very well. And here let's just say merge equal, and here just add open and closing curly braces. And since that we deal with the keyword sentence, so we need to add double asterisk a instead of add one asterisk, because this actually is a key value pairs, so we need to do it by this way to be able to unpacking. And another 2 double asterisk p. Very well. If we now try to run this, this will not give us anything, but we need first to print that merged dictionary. If we now try to run this, as you can see, we will have one dictionary, a as a key, a, b, false, 1 as a key, true, and finally we got this 1 or L, and we got this list, all of them inside one dictionary. And this is how we merge a dictionary. Very well. Finally, we can actually use this with the strings. For example, let's just define the list. Let's just call it test equal. For example, let's just add any string here, test. Another one, let's just say mock academy. Alright, and came here inside that test, before that test, and add asterisk. And now you just try to print it, and actually this will separate or get each one of them separately, each one of character of that string. Alright, as you can see, we got this T, and in this A, and in this S, and in this T, and finally the last item will be this mock. Of course, we can do it with that mock too. This will convert all each character here to a separate item. As you can see, this is what we have. This is our new list, and this is how can we unpack the strings. And that's all what we want to learn about unpacking operators. Hi and welcome. In this lecture we will start learning about Python formatting. Alright, as you can see here, I have these 3 different variables. Each one of them include a value, and the idea that if I want to print all of them on one line, I have to do it by this way. For example, add this string, and then plus this name, and then plus that string, and after that I should add this str if I want to put that age between them, because as you already know, we cannot concatenate between number and variable. We already learned about that before, and complete that to the end. Very well. If we hit save now and try to run that, this is what we will have. My name is Ahmad, my age is 26, my company is Mock Academy, etc. Alright, but actually there is another way. Python allow us to write any kind of code or any kind of data type inside or with each other with specific data type.
For example, if we want to print a string as a string, we can use this %s. If we want to print a number as a decimal number, we can add this %d. If you want to print it as a float number, we can add this %f. Let's just take an example for this. We can just say print, we can just say my name is, and here instead of write anything, or actually instead of say plus and add that name, we can simply add this %, let's just say %s, and let's just complete that line. We can just say my age is, and instead of pass or say plus equal, as I already told you, add this age, we can simply convert it directly to the string by say %s. Finally, we need to say my company is, and here also we will add %s, and let's just come up here and add %, and now add this parenthesis and add my variables by the correct sort, because here we want my name is, so here we need first to add my name and add comma. After that my age is, so we need to add the age. After that we want to say my company is, so here we want to add the company. The idea here that this way of writing the code will print these different values by this sort here on one line. If we now hit save and try to run this, as you can see, we got my name is Ahmed, my age is 26, my company is Mock Academy. It's actually amazing. Remember that we can use a different data type. Here, for example, we can just say D. If we hit save, this actually will print to us as a number, not a string. Also, we can print it as a float number by change this with F. If we hit save, as you can see, this converted to a float number with 6 zeros. Let's just take another example. We just remove this one. Just say print age with S formatting. This actually will print S, or print this age as a string formatting. My age is 26. Also, we can change it with decimal. We just test it. As you can see, age is 26. Also, we can change this to F formatting. As you can see. Also, we can actually control of the numbers of these zeros here when we deal with float formatting, of course. For example, we just came here and add dot, and here after that dot add 0. If we hit save, actually this will convert to a decimal number. As you can see here we got 26. If for example came here and say 1, this will print it as a float number with 1 0. As you can see here, this is what I mean exactly. For all, we can also have this kind of control when we deal with S formatting. For example, I just say print, I just say my company first name, and here let's just add %s, and here I just came and add this company variable. Remember that we already defined it here. Alright, we can simply come here, since that we want only the first name, so we want 0 1 2 3 4, so we just came here and add dot, and after dot let's just add 4. By this way we will have my company first name, and after that we will have this syntax actually will return only the first 4 characters for us. Very well, let's just test it. Let's just run our application. As you can see, we got my company first name mock. Very well. Also, there's another way to use this formatting. Actually, it's a simple way. By use formatting or format method. Let's just test it. Let's just say print, and here let's just say a, and open and closing curly braces, and after a p, open and closing, or name, let's just say n, after that age, and after that C for company. Very well. And here let's just add dot. After dot let's just add format, open brackets, and here let's just say we want that age. By this way, this age will come here by this sorting, so we just say age, or the name first, yeah, add comma, after that age, after that the company. If we now hit save, try to run this, as you can see we will have N Ahmed A26 C company. Of course we can control of this just like we do with that string when we use %. We can simply, for example, came here on age and add column, and for example add F. This will convert it to a float number. As you can see, it convert to float number, so we can control it. We can come here and say dot one for example, and for example we can just come here and say this is string. We can control of it too. Can just say dot 4. If we try to run it one more time, as you can see, this is what we will have, Ahmed, and this 26 with only 1 0, and we have mock, not mock company, and this is the idea behind this. Alright, now we also have another way. We can actually control of the place of that variable, or of that variable, by index. Let's just define a new two variables. Let's just say A will equal, for example, 10, B will equal 5. Alright, and let's just come here and say print. Let's just say numbers, and let's just open and closing curly braces here. Let's just say A here, for example, B, or 1 or 2, or let's just leave it as well, add column between them. Alright, and here after that let's just add the formatting dot format, and add A and B, and simply let's just come here and say 0, and here let's just say 1. If we now hit save, this will print this A first 10, and after that we will print for us 5. Let's just run it. As you can see, we got 10, then 5. Alright, what if we change this actually to a 1 and convert this to 0, and you know, let's just add another one. Just say X with 3, and let's just came here and let's just put that X between them. Simple as that, and let's just come here and add that X. So we got 0, 1, 2, because actually we this number here, it actually back for the index of that format. So we can just come here and say 2. By this way, this will print us number 1, which will actually print that X. So we will have 3. And then we will have 0, which actually back to A have 10, so we will have 3, 10, 5. Let's just run it. As you can see, this is what we have, 3, 10, 5. Very well. By this way also, we can actually specify the data type. For example, we can come here and say that 2, we can add column, and then we want this to be float. Let's just run it. As you can see, it will print it as a float number. Also, we can control of it by say dot, for example 2. This will print 2 zeros only. You just run it. As you can see, this is what we have. Very well. And this is how can we control of it, by index of the variable. And finally, we got the last way to write the formatting. It's actually the best way from my perspective. Let's just come here and say for example my name is, and let's just add open and closing curly braces, and after that let's just say age is, open and closing curly braces one more time. But instead of say dot format, we can just come here before that double quotes and say F. And here let's just add the variables. So my name is, and here you can just add this name. My age is, we can add this age. If we now hit save to try to run it, as you can see, it will print to us, my name is Ahmed, age is 26. Note that we didn't use str here, despite the fact that his age is actually a number, just like we do here. So this is how can we use this if. Also, by that way, we can simply come here and specify the kind of that. For example, you can just say here if, no, you can just say s and say print only the first three characters. We can just come here and say this is float and print only the first 4 or 2. I just hit save, run this. As you can see, this is what we have. My name is AHM, age is 26 with 2 zeros. Very well. And that's all about Python formatting. And now we can now move on to the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about Python variable scope. And the idea here that we want to understand when we can use our variable and when we cannot use that variable. And the idea behind the scope is the region that a variable is recognized. Alright, there is many rules for this. First is a variable is only available from inside the region it is created. Second, a global and locally scoped version of a variable can be created. A variable is only available from inside the region it is created. This is called scope. Very well. The local scope. A variable created inside a function belongs to the local scope of that function and can only be used inside that function. It's actually a very simple idea. Let's just take an example for this. Let's just come here and define the variable. Let's just call it lang, and let's just give it anything such as PHP. Note that this actually on that scope is actually will be available inside the function and also outside the function. Alright, and now let's just say def, let's just say fun, and here let's just define a variable with same name. Let's just say lang. Note that is actually will he this lang actually will be recognized or inside that scope. Alright, let's just come here and say Python. Alright, and now let's just say print that lang. Very simple idea. Now let's just come here and say print, and let's just start by print that lang. If we now hit save, remember that we actually changed that here, but this actually is outside of that scope, meaning that is actually will not affected by what we did here inside our function. Let's just try to run it. As you can see, it's still PHP. So what if we try to print that function? Let's just say print fun, or let's just directly call it. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see, this actually will be Python, despite the fact that is actually have the same names. So for this we can use something that called global keyword. If you need to create a global variable but are stuck in the local scope, for example inside the function, you can use the global keyword. Also use the global keyword if you want to make a change to a global variable inside the function. The global keyword makes the variable global, meaning that if we want to come here, for example, let's just take that line out, we can simply come here and say global and call that name of that variable that we want to make it global. By this way, pause will print actually this lang. If we try to run this, as you can see, we have PHP and PHP. And if we came here and say that lang will equal to, for example, Python, and hit save and try to run this. As you can see, first we will have PHP and then we will have Python. And this is the idea behind this global. We can now move to the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about Python sets data type. Very well. A set is a collection which is mutable, unordered, unchangeable, and uni-indexed. Very well. First of all, let's just learn how can we create a set. Let's just say that we got a this a variable include a set. To declare a set, we need to use open and closing curly braces, just like we do with dictionary. But unlike dictionary, we didn't use a keyword. We actually directly pass this items, for example 1, 2, 3, 4, anything, and let's just try to print this. And there is another way to create that set. It actually by using set method. So we just say p will equal set, and for this we can pass 1, 2, 3, etc. Or we can, for example, use list to convert it to a set. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Very well. If we try to print this, run it, as you can see, this is what we have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Note that is actually unordered, meaning that it may change this sorted here. Very well. This is how can we create a set. Duplicates inside the set is actually not allowed, and sets can have two items with the same value. Sets also is unordered, as I told you. So let's just come here and define the new set. Let's just say that we got mock add 1, 1, 2, 3, and let's just try to add this 3 many times. And after all, let's just add this mock one more time. Alright, if we try to print this set, it actually will take one only of that item. It will actually ignore the other item, ignore the other duplicated item. So we will have only one mock, we will have only 1, 3, not all these 3. If we try to run this, as you can see, this is what we have. We have 1, 2, 3, and after all we got this mock. Run it one more time. As you can see, this time the sorting has been changed. This is because it actually unordered, as I told you. Very well. Now we can create empty set or add or remove elements from that set. Yeah, we can just say we got new equal. We can call it any name that we want. We can simply use this set method to create empty set. Now we just say print this new. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see we got empty set. Alright, we just try to add element to it using add. We can just say new add, for example 1, new add a, new add 2, new add 3, or let's just say p. Yeah, now let's just try to print our new set. If we try to print it, run our code, as you can see, this is what we have after the empty set. Now it not be empty set, it have these elements. Very well. Also we can remove the from that set. We can use remove method, but it actually, if we pass an element is not found, this will cause an error. Also we can use discard, but the difference is it will do the same job, but the difference is that it will not cause an error if the element is not found. Let's just test both. Let's just say new dot remove. Let's just first remove this one element, which is actually exists, so this will not cause an error. This will remove it. As you can see now, we didn't have this one element. So what if we try to remove an element is not found inside our set? This case will return to us key error. Very well. So what if we change this with discard method? Now we will not have any error, as you can see, but if we convert it to 1, which is exist inside our set, this discard will remove this one. As you can see, this is the difference between use remove and discard. Now we can actually use clear method to clear that set. Just leave this as well, and after this print we can simply say new dot clear, and let's just print it one more time, and this actually will return to us an empty set just like we have here. I just run this. As you can see, here we got set, here we got fully set, and here we got empty set after we clear that set. Here all, or else do we have how can we iterating over set? Very well, let's just come here and say that we got set. Let's just call it new equal 1 2 3 4 5 6, and here simply we can just say f or 4 for example x or n in that new set. We can simply directly print that n. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see it will come and iterate over this set from 1 to this x. Run it one more time, another time. Very well. Also we can use if statement inside or with that set. By simple way, we can simply check if for example there is an item is exist or bigger than anything. We can just say if 1 in that new, please print yes. Since that we got this one inside that set, this will print yes for us. So what if we ask for 10, for example, which is not exist inside our set? As you can see, this will not return to us yes. Very well, this is about the if statement. And finally we have union method, which is allow us to combine two sets in one set. Let's just say that we got A, which is a set, have 1 2 3. Let's just duplicate this 3 many times. Alright, and B equal a set has 3 also, 4 5 6. Let's just duplicate it also here many times. And the idea here that we can union all of them, but remember that is actually unable to duplicate, not duplicates. So this will give us from 1 to 6 without this duplicated number, such as this 6 and this 3, all of them in one method, in one set. We can just say x equal a dot union b. Now if we try to print that x, this is what we will have. As you can see, we will have one set from 1 to 6. Very well, and that's all about sets. We can now move on to the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about Python Lambda Function. A Lambda Function is a small animation function, can take any number of arguments but can only have one expression. Alright, this is the correct syntax of writing the Lambda. We start by add Lambda keyword and in the arguments, and after all the expression. Let's just take an example for this. And by the way, we can put all of this inside a variable, so we can just say x equal Lambda. The arguments can be a, for example, the column, and we can just say this a plus 10. Very well. Now let's just test it. We can just say print that x with, for example, 5. If we now hit save, this will return to us 15. If we try to run it, as you can see, we got 15. Alright. Also, the lambda function can take any number of arguments. So we can just add another one. Just say lambda A and P at the column. We can simply multiply A with B. Simple as that. Now we can just say print that X and add 2, 3. First argument is 2, second is 3. If we now try to run this, as you can see, this will give us 6. This is the correct syntax. Alright. So why we use lambda functions? Actually, the power of lambda is better than showing when you use them as an n-minus function inside another function. Say you have a function definition that takes one argument, and that argument will multiply it with an unknown number. I will show you what I mean in a second. I just came here and create that function that I told you. We'll just call it my function or multi anything, and this actually will expect n as a number. Alright, and here we can just use this. We can directly return, or let's just call it first, or we can directly return the result of that lambda, which is will have a as the argument, and it will simply multiply that a by that n. Simple as that. Now let's just come here and create a variable. Let's just call it doubler or my doubler, and make it equal to this multi. And first we will use this function to make a function that allows us to doubles the number that we send in. So we can just come here and say that my doubles equal this multi. Since that we want to double the number that we pass to this my doubler, so we want to pass 2 because we want to double that number. Alright, and here we can directly say print my doubler and pass the number that we want to duplicate it, for example 3. If we now hit save, try to run this, as you can see this will give us 6. Also we can use the same syntax or same function definition to make a function that allows triples the number that we sent in. If we take that out or copy it and then take it out, if we only change this 2 to 3, this actually will triple any number that we pass it to my doubler on the next time here. If we try to run this, as you can see, we got 9. And if you, for example, pass 10, hit save, try to run this, as you can see, this will give us 13. If we change this to 4, hit save, run this, as you can see, this will give us 14. Very well, and this is, as I told you, the power of that lambda functions. I think that's all about the lambda functions. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about Python decorators. Decorators are a very powerful and useful tool in Python since it allows programmers to modify the behavior of function or class. Decorators allow us to wrap another function in order to extend the behavior of the wrapped function without primitively modifying. In Python, functions are the first class objects. That means that the function in Python can be used or passed as arguments. Properties of first class function. A function is the instance of the object type. This means that you can store function in a variable, you can pass the function as a parameter to another function, you can return function from a function, you can store them in data structures such as tuples and lists, etc. Very well, and here it is the first example that we have. It actually show us how can we treating the functions as an object. This is our first example where we actually start by defining a function. We call it up, we expect text here, and we return this is to uppercase. All right, we of course use upper function to convert that text to uppercase. And finally here we start by print that with that hello mock string, and after that we start reading the function as object by create the TL here variable and say this will equal up. Note that we didn't add this parentheses here. No, this is because if we add it, this is mean that we want to call it, but when we pass it like this, this is mean that we actually treating that as an object. And then we start using the EL and add this hello mock with number 2 of course. All right, now let's just test our code. Let's just run this. As you can see, it convert in both cases to the uppercase, and this is the first example that we have. Now we got the next example, which is actually passing the function as argument. All right, as you can see here, we start by create this new function which is convert the text or string to uppercase. We got this new lower, which is return that parameter, which is always will be of course string, to lowercase. And then we start by create that function, which is actually expect to have a function as a parameter. And this is the idea behind this example. How can we passing the function as an argument? All right, and here we say that greeting will equal this function, and we start pass any data to it. Of course we can come here and add args or kwargs and let the user pass that string from here, but it actually foreshortening the time. So after all, we print the result of that greeting that of course will return of one of those, but it has to pass to it. As you can see here on the first example, we pass new up, meaning that this string by this way will convert to uppercase. And then we start use this new low, which is actually the next function, which is will convert that string to lowercase. Let's just test it. As you can see here, we got our string it actually to the uppercase. On the second example, it converted to lowercase, which is the second example that we have. The third example that we have, it actually how can we returning a function from another function. As you can see here, we start by define a function. We call it creator adder, and we pass to x, and then we create that adder. You know what? We want actually to multiply this. All right, just say create multi. This actually will look like exactly what we have when we try to learn about on the previous lecture when we learned about the lambda function. By this way, after we create that adder and return the x by y, and after all we return that adder, we can now return a function from another function. When we start by create that variable, this actually will return a function after we call that adder. And here, as you can see, if we pass 3, and here let's just say 2, after we actually call that add 15, we just convert it to add only. This actually will multiply this, and this is the idea behind this. How can we return a function from another function? As you can see here, when we call that create adder, this actually will return to us this little one inside our big function. And let's just run it. As you can see, we got 6, and this because we now multiply this to 3 times or triple. If we convert this 3, or let's just say here 3, this will give us 9. As you can see, this is what I have, and this is the idea behind this. How can we create this? Of course, we can use it one more time. We can just simply say new create adder, for example, say 2, and came here and say print that new with 3 2. This time will give us 6, so 9 after that 6. Very well. This is how can we return a function from another function. And this is our last example. Now let's just start talk about the decorators in deep. As stated above, the decorators are used to modify the behavior of function or class. In decorators, the functions are taken as an argument into another function and then called inside the wrapper function. This is the correct syntax of the decorators. If we take 10, this is what we will see. As you can see here, after we actually create that decorator, we start by add at and then the name of that decorator, and after that we call our function. Simple as that. Very well. Actually, the above code is equivalent to this code here. It's actually look like what we do here. It's look like that we call hello decorator and then do anything, and after that we say hello decorator equal gfg decorator, which is the name of the decorator. Hello decorator is the function that we want to add or use the decorator to it. Very well. In the above code, gfg decorator is the callable function. Will add some code on top of some another callable function, hello decorator of course, and it actually return the wrapper function. Decorator can be modified the behavior, so let's just start by defining a decorator by ourselves here. Let's just call it def, let's just call it hello decorator, alright, which is of course will expect a function. And then the correct syntax is actually that now we can add a wrapper function here. So we can just come here and say def wrapper, and inside that wrapper function we can do something before we call our function. So we can just say print start, and then we call our function, and after all we add another a code after we call that. So we can just say and at the end we can simply return that wrapper function. Simple as that. And now we need to define that function that to be called inside that wrapper, this one's here. So let's just say def, we can call it function to be used or anything, so let's just call it new. Alright, actually shorter than this, and simply we can come here and say print, we can just say code from function to be used. Alright, this is the idea behind this. Now the decorator, to control its behavior, we can pass that inside that decorator. Alright, so we need to say new will equal, this decorator name was hello decorator, so we need to say hello decorator, and now we pass this new to it. As simple as that. Now if we hit save and try to run our code, nothing will happen as you can see here. But actually now we need to call that function. But note that what will happen when we call our new function. Note that new function actually we didn't actually pass to it only this print. But since we add this decorator to it, this is actually will start by run that function first, or that code execute that code first and then run our function. After that we'll execute the code after we calling that function inside the rabbit function inside the decorators. I know it may be very confusing for now, but it just a matter of time you will understand what I mean. Very well, now let's just run it. As you can see, we start with start and then code from the function to be used, and finally we got this end. Now what if that function actually returns something or arguments is passed to the function? It actually will make an error if we write it by this way. What I mean is, what if we came here, for example, where is our function? What if we expect something here, alright, and we pass it here? By this syntax, this actually will cause an error, so we need another syntax to deal with. So let's just take that out for now, and let's just come here, and let's just start by create a new decorator. we just call it def new or arg decorator. And here, instead, after we expect our function, we need to come here, and inside our wrapped function, if you remember the args and the kwargs lesson, we already learned about this. We can just come here and say def wrapper, and here we need to expect the args and the kwargs. Of course, here we need to add double asterisks. Very well. And now we can add our code, our executing code. We can just say print. Here we can just say start. Of course, we can do anything here that we want, but the idea is that we can run it before we call that function. Alright. And now we can just say our function name. We can call it ffn. And here we need also to expect that args and that kwargs. Simple as that. Finally, we can just say print that end. But what if we want actually to return that function? Well, if we want to return it from here, just come here and say return. We want to return that wrapper. What if we don't only want to expect the argument, we want to return that function? In that case, if we came here and say return, in that case, this code after we call our function will be blocked, if you remember that lesson. For this, we can simply say anything. We can add anything. We can put actually this inside a variable, and after we execute the last code, we can simply come here and say return that variable. Very well. Now let's just say that we have a function. Let's just call it sum, which is expect to A and P, which is simply return the multiply of this A and P. Of course, if we call it right now, nothing will happen. But also, if we call it by the old way, if you remember, we already start by say that sum will equal. We came actually here and say that sum will equal the our decorators, and then we call or pass to it that sum, and after all we say that sum. If we now hit save, of course we need to come here and pass the arguments 2 and 3, for example. If we try to run this, as you can see, we got start and end. For this, we can do a different syntax. We can remove this one and came up here and say add, and then add decorators. By this way, this will equivalent this code. So we can just come here and say sum 2 or 2 and 3. If we now hit save, try to run this, as you can see, we got start and end, but this actually doesn't return to us the multiplied number, or it actually returned to us the multiplied number, but it doesn't print it anywhere. So we can just say print and hit save, run this. As you can see, we got start, end, and we got this 6. Very well. What else do we have? Adding decorator to the function. We now want to talk about the chaining decorators. In similar terms, chaining decorators means decorating a function with multiple decorators, not just one decorator, just like we have here. Very well. Let's just start by define 2 different decorators. Let's just call the first one decorator 1 or decor 1. Expect function. Add the inner function. This inner we can call it wrapper. Alright, then we say x will equal this function. Remember that we can came here and say print, for example, start. This will not cause any error, and after that we call x will equal to this function, and we simply here inside decorator 1 we return x multiplied by x. So this is our first. Then we have this decorator 2, which is also expect function, and then we define that wrapper function. We expect here x. We say this x will equal to this function. Note that we call that function here. Finally, we return that 2 multiply by x. Of course, the returning data from that function. So the idea here that we can come here and say that we got def. Let's just call it sum and just say 10. And now let's just start by, of course, if we came here and say print dot sum, this will print only this 10. Just run it. As you can see, this print for us 10. So what if we now came and add the decorators to it? Decorator 1, of course, by came here and say add decorator 1 and hit save. If we try to run this, as you can see, this will give us 100. Why? Because this will return get actually the 10 that coming from our function, and then it will multiply by itself. So what if we add another decorator to it? As you can see, if we come here and add and now add the decorator 2 and hit save, try to run this, as you can see, this is what we will have. It will actually multiply by 2. It will multiply by itself, and then it will multiply by 2 here inside decorator 2. And this is what we will have when we call our sum function. And this is how can we actually add chaining decorators. Very well, I think that's all what we want to learn about decorators. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about Python generators. There are two terms involved when we discuss generators. First, generator function. A generator function is defined like a normal function, but whenever it needs to generate a value, it does. So with the yield keyword rather than return, if the body of the def function contains yield, the function automatically became a generator function. Alright, let's just take an example of how can we create a generator function that yield 1 for the first time, second it yield 2, and 3 for the third time. Let's just come here and say def. Let's just call it gin, and let's just come here and start yield 1 and then yield 2 and finally yield 3. Very well, we can actually loop through using for loop. We can simply come here and say for example x n dot gn. We need of course to call it, and simply we can print that x. If we hit save, run this, as you can see we got 1 2 3. Very well, this is our first example. Now we want to talk about the generator object. The generator functions return generator object by default. Alright, the generator objects are used easier by calling the next method on the generator object or using the generator object in a for loop, just like we did on the previous example. Let's just take an example for this. Let's just add another one. Let's just call it GAN, and let's just, or JO, alright, JO, alright, and let's just come here and say yield 1, then yield 2, finally yield 3. And note that before we continue our example, that the idea here that is actually create that data whenever we need it. So the idea that this can be very useful
when we deal with the big data, and instead of call that data once, we can partition or split that data by this way. Anyway, let's just come here and start by call our object. Let's just say x will equal to this go, and now we can just directly print that next and pass to this x. If we now note that this actually now became an object, if we try to run this, as you can see, this will give us 1. Note what we have here, this will give us 1. Alright, so if we call it one more time, we can just say print next. We use next function, we call it one more time, run. As you can see, this will give us the second data, the second yield actually. So what if we call it one more time, hit save, run that. As you can see, this will give us 3. So what do you think we have if we call it one more time, despite the fact that we actually, this is the last yield that we have? Of course this will cause an error. If we run this, as you can see, this stop iteration. This is how can we use the generator object with next. Finally, let's just talk about the countdown example. I just define the function with name countdown. Alright, and here let's just expect a number, an argument which should be number, and let's just start by say print starting. Alright, and now let's just use while loop. Let's just say while this num bigger than 0, we can now yield this num, and each time we want this num to be smaller than equal, we want to actually decrement that number by 1. Simple as that. Now we can just come here and create a simple object. Let's just say cd or countdown equal to this countdown. Let's just say that we want to count down 5. Alright, and now we can just print this directly. We can just say next and pass to it this object. If we now hit save, try to run this, as you can see, we got starting and then we got this 5. Well, let's just duplicate this, hit save, run that. As you can see, we got starting 5 4 3 2, and we can do it one more time. This will give us 1. Of course we can iterate through this, we can just loop through it. We can just say 4 x and countdown, pass to it 3 for example, and come here and say print. We want to print that x. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see, 3 2 starting, yeah, of course, and then 3 2 1. Alright, now finally we want to talk about the generator expression. We can simply say that we got a variable mygn, this will equal parentheses, and here we can just say I for I in a range, for example 5. And now we can simply come here and say n will equal to this mygn. Alright, and let's just say print next this n. If we hit save, try to run this, as you can see, object is not called back, yeah. So let's just remove this, try to run this one more time. As you can see, we got 0. Or if we of course we can directly call this mygen, but let's just leave it as well. Let's just now duplicate this 2 times, hit save, try to run this. As you can see, we got 0 1 2. Very well. Of course we can do something else. For example, let's just convert this to 10. Alright, and also we can use f, so we can just say f dot I modulus 2
is actually equal to 0. So this will start from 0, and it will ignore 1, and it will give us 2, it will ignore 3, it will give us 4, etc. So we can just come here and say, for example, mygen, or for x in mygen, and let's just say print this mygen, or sorry, we need to print this x. If we run this, as you can see, we got 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Of course, we can convert this mygen, this expression, directly to a list or a tuple. Let's just say print, say list, pass to it this mygen, or my generator. If we now try to run this, as you can see, this is what we have. We have a list with 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn about generators. We can now move on to the next.